Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome into this very special edition of Studio Live today. We are live and we're live for the next 4 hours. So this is not going to be your standard run-of-the-mill kind of stream around here or tutorial. This is going to be the behind the scenes, the deep dive, the office hours, that whatever you call it. And the reason I'm doing it is that whenever there's a new bit of software, this is what I do on the second day. On the first day, there is the fun, there is the shininess, there is the experimentation, there's the learning curve. And then on the second day, what I like to do is dive in and actually get a little bit hands-on with stuff. So I thought I would do it publicly, because why not? So I thought I would open up the studio to all of you fine folks. Yes, I have lost my mind, no doubt. So we are going to dive into this. This is Logic Pro for iPad version 2. I'll give you a very quick overview of all the new things that are in here in just a jiffy for those that haven't caught the plethora of other videos that I've already put out here. So if you've kind of just been hiding for the last 24 hours, you may not have seen all of the stuff going down, but we have got a brand new version of Logic Pro for iPad. And if you would like to find out all of the stuff about it, you can jump on over to the channel. There's a big playlist there with all of the video. If you go to the Studio Live today, there's a Logic Pro for iPad playlist. I'm holding time here because I'm trying to bring up the screen. It's not coming up straight away. There it goes. There we have the screen. So that is it. Nope, that's the wrong screen. See, this is what you're going to get here today. This is the sort of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. We try things out and we experiment. We usually get it wrong. Let's try that one more time. Let's share the correct screen this time instead of the wrong screen and jump into this one. So this is what we've got. You can check that out over there. We've got all of the videos covering all of the features. So this is a good place to show you what these new features are. We have the whole update video, which is covering everything there. Drummer has got an overhaul, a new facelift for the drummer instrument. Keyboard player also is being added, so you heard a little bit of that in the opening. Bass player, brand new session instrument bass player. The chords track. So yes, you can now use chords in Logic Pro, which you would have seen and will show throughout the show here. You've got the new Chroma Glow plugin, and you've got stem splitter. Apparently, there is a bunch of other stuff under the hood. So we are actually going to dive in. I haven't actually checked yet. In things I should have done before the show, but we are going to check because I would assume the Logic Pro for iPad user guide has been updated. We're going to use a little bit of that here today. Let's just check it. Logic Pro user guide. That's there it is, iPad OS. Let's see. Has it been updated, or are we going to be flying blind again? Let's see, Logic Pro. We'll download the guide. We'll download the PDF because I'll want this PDF guide eventually anyway. So we'll get it here in PDF form and zoom on into it and read through this manual. Let's just make sure that it covers. There it is. What's new in Logic Pro 2? So this will be a good tester for us to actually check this out. We'll do that in just a jiffy. We'll read this manual is now even longer. It is up to, oh wow, it is over 1,000 pages. Over 1,000 pages of manual for Logic Pro for iPad 2. If you told me once upon a time that there would be a 1,000 page manual for a recording software that's on your iPad, I would have called you insane. Absolutely insane. But there you go anyway. So let's take a day to the folks who are here live, and then we will dive in. We got plenty of time here today. It's going to be a little bit slower paced. I'll throw the link to that playlist. If you're watching this going, I don't want to spend 4 hours learning about this new thing, jump into that playlist there. I won't feel bad. Don't worry. I'll still be here, and you can go do that. Let's all read the manual together. Well, funny you should say that, Tremor Bear, because I've actually been threatening to do my RTFM series, my read the full manual, and I think now is the time. I think version 2 now is the time. Yeah. It's 4 hours, Jade Star, right? I know. Let's say g'day to all of the folks who are here. G'day Al Davis. Hello Phil Gone. G'day to Unethical. Hello to Thomas Christ. Chicken Nugget King. Got to get your nugs on. Hello Mark Bro. Phil Gone. Emilio is here. You had some questions yesterday, Emilio, and I'm not sure that I answered them correctly or got to them. So if you or anyone has any questions, put a Q in front of it, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Yeah, if you'd like to become a Tremor Bear, if you'd like to become a channel member, I was about to say a channel member like Tremor Bear, you get your name in green and you get some cool emojis that Thomas has demonstrated there in the chat as well. And you're always welcome to donate, because guess what? New iPads are out, new Macs are probably around the corner. I need one of each. So if you'd like to support me, you can become a patron. You can donate to the channel. You can do all the things. And yeah, go and check out my playlist over there. Fish 1999. Hello to you. G'day to Javel. Yeah, thumbs up because the sun's up. If you would like to read the manual like Johnny 5. Yeah, more input. Need more input. Something like that. I think I said g'day to everyone, so let's go. That's a good question. Is Logic Pro worth getting? Why don't we start with that? Because, yeah, I think it is. So the basics. Logic Pro for iPad requires at least the latest regular iPad, the 10th generation iPad, a iPad Air, 4th generation or higher, an iPad Pro 2018 or higher, and preferably an iPad Pro with M1, because some of the new features are optimized for M1, and one of the new features, the stem splitter, is required. You need to have an M1 or better iPad to actually use it. So there's you kind of, can you get it? And it's a subscription model. And I know, insert boos and thumbs down here. It's not my fault, but it's a subscription. I must admit, I've made my peace with subscriptions, probably because I have so gosh darn many of them these days. And I've also made my peace with the fact that when it comes to digital stuff, software and movies and music, we don't actually own any of it anyway. Unless it's on a physical media, we don't actually own it. How many people have bought digital movies or digital TV shows only for the service to shut down or change the rules halfway through? So, yeah, even though it could be monthly payments for life, it's not really, because it's monthly payments for as long as that particular thing is used for, and then you move on. And I said to someone the other day, they're like, I'd love to try out Logic Pro. There's a 30-day free trial. And then they said, but I don't know if I'd use it all the time. And I'm like, then subscribe for a month and let it lapse. Now, the good thing about Apple is when you jump in and you subscribe to something, you can actually cancel it immediately. So if you subscribe for a month to Logic Pro today, you can cancel it immediately. When the month comes up, it just goes away. And then you resubscribe whenever you want it. So someone said, oh, I just need it to mix and master this new album that I've done in GarageBand. I'd love to use Logic Pro for that. Get it for a month. And look, I know Apple probably don't want me to tell you that, but it's super simple. Apple make it really easy. They don't make everything easy, but they make subscribing to things and unsubscribing really easy, because once you subscribe, all you need to do to unsubscribe is unsubscribe straight away. It's not that bull S that you have to wait till 3 days before the end date, and then you have to email a special cancellations department, and then they give you a phone call and try and convince you to stay by throwing everything at you. No, Apple don't do that. It's just you subscribe, and if you unsubscribe straight away. I do that with streaming platforms. I do that with Apple products, with apps. It's simple. It's easy. Yeah, exactly. That's how you dump most of your streaming services. Just do it. Just do it. All right. Yeah. And that's the thing. It is easy to complain about things. It's fun too sometimes. Sometimes you need to vent, and it's cathartic too. But a wise person once said, it is what it is. I'm not going to lie to you. It is what it is. So let's check out what's new. I'm going to read the Appleification of what's new after a quick coffee. By the way, if this looks cool and you want your own Studio Live Today mug to sip in your own studio, studiolivetoday.com/merch. All right, let's take a look. Session players, keyboard player and bass player. So this is what's new. Bass player and keyboard player join drummer to provide a set of session players you can create you can use to create professional, nuanced performances that are in sync with each other and responsive to your control. Each session player's performance can be edited using a variety of performance controls and all follow common chord progressions to deliver realistic musical interplay. And you can see the intro to session players here in the manual. Bass player provides a set of bass players covering a wide range of styles from Motown to indie disco with intuitive control over performance factors. And keyboard players provides a set of keyboard players, funnily enough, covering a range of playing styles using newly sampled acoustic pianos with intuitive control over performance factors. All of that is true, and if you caught yesterday's video and heard the little intro there, you would have seen me demoing exactly this. Chord progressions, the ability to split out into your drums, your bass, and your keys, being able to change the performance parameters of these with like umpteen different styles. And so, someone said to me, they says, that they think that Logic Pro has gotten too complex. And I agree, but I also don't agree. So I agree it has gotten complex, but the beauty part is that you've still got presets. You've still got one button control over things. So you can still just play around. And that's always been the beauty of GarageBand and of Logic Pro and of apps like this, as opposed to something like Reaper, which I used Reaper, I loved Reaper, but it was complicated. And there was a steep learning curve. And to do anything, you had to know how to set it up. You couldn't just throw a compression on and go preset grungy drums, and it gave you grungy drums. You'd have to go in there and tweak the compressor and then go in there and add a distortion plugin and go in there and do your EQ curve. Whereas GarageBand and Logic still do it for you. To the point where if I go, oh, this piano part at the start here, I actually want this to be way more complex, I can just go, let's make it way more complex. And immediately it gets more complicated. Or I can say, I don't actually want this on the piano, I want it on a different instrument. We can come in here and we can just go to the instrument patches and start trying things out. So what if we go with like a whirly instead? The Wurlitzer Modern. Let's just chuck this on the track and see if that sounds all right. That's really cool. But I'd like it a little lower, please. So what we can do is we can say, actually, keyboard player, just move your hands down about an octave and try it down there. It's like Let It Be 2024. When I find myself in times of trouble. Sorry, get a copyright strike now. So yeah, and the fact that you got these presets, these are gold, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 9 presets. We can save a preset. So we can say, what if we just want to make this more of a ballad? Let's just try the gentle ballad, and then it just changes things up immediately. We need to move that up again now. Very Let It Be, isn't it? Yeah. So we experimented with that yesterday. We'll be playing with them a whole heap more today because we're going to do some, by popular demand of Joe and Barry Glenn, one of our wonderful patrons and channel members here, we're going to do some folk rock today. We're going to do some Pete John style folk rock by throwing the drums, the bass and the keys and then playing acoustic guitar over the top. And I've got my microphone here too, so maybe even some vocals, maybe. All right. Hello, The Secret Legacy. Let's take it out to anyone else. Speaking of the devils, Joe and Barry Glenn are here. Secret Legacy, g'day to you. If you are here, please say hello. Pete, hello. Anyone picking up the new iPad tomorrow? Yeah. So before we go into the next segment, we've got time here today, folks. This is going to be a meandering stroll. If you like the kind of longer form stuff, this is going to be a meandering stroll where we're going to go off on tangents for the next 3 hours and 45 minutes. So, is anyone buying the new iPad? I may need to buy a new iPad, but I need a new Mac more. And here's the thing, I'm lucky enough that Apple have loaned me the current M2 iPad Pro, and I need to give that back very soon. So I'm at a decision point here as to what I do. And I honestly don't know if I'm going to buy an M4 iPad Pro. Let's be honest, I probably am. But the Air is so good now. and so much more affordable. And I don't know that I really need like the OLED screen. And I don't know that I really need the 16 gigabyte. I don't think I've ever pushed it. But the problem I'm going to have is that with all this new stuff, I'm probably closer than ever to pushing those limits. And as Apple add more AI things into Logic Pro for iPad, it's probably going to use more grunt. It's probably going to need more horsepower to run the sort of things that I want to do. So yeah, I know. I was talking to Patrick, name dropping, just drop that name from the GarageBand guide, and he's in the same boat. And he's like, "Can you please tell me to take my own advice and not get the M4 iPad Pro and spend all the money?" And I said, "I can't be trusted to do that, Patrick, because I kind of want one too. But I need a Mac more, and this is exactly the point here that Mark makes." That I'm waiting on WWDC to make any purchasing decisions because I am hoping for the Mac Studio with either M3 or M4 Pro to be announced because that's probably going to be my next computer, and that'll be my 5-year plan for a Mac. Because the problem is, if right now I go out and buy an M2 Mac Mini or an M2 Mac Studio, I just know that the M3 and the M4 is coming out, and I know that Apple are throwing everything into machine learning and AI, and having that additional power in maybe not now, but in 2, 3, 4 years' time is probably going to be the important thing. Yeah, feel free, complain. Like you're allowed to complain. What do they say? Opinions are like buttholes. Everyone's got one. And that's it. Last year's model. This is the thing. Everyone's going to be selling their M1 and M2 iPads. And refurbished, especially through Apple, are beautiful. You get the full warranty, you get the full protection of Apple, and Apple don't mess around. It's not like they just sort of wipe it down with a wet cloth and then hand it to you after the last person's had it. No, it goes through a full refurbishment process. It's not like some of those eBay sellers are like refurbished model, and you get it. It's like it's still sticky. Why is it sticky? I don't know. I know I'm not. I have the M1 iPad Pro 11-inch, and it's just great. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. And that'll be good. You got another probably 3, 4, 5 years life out of that easily, because the M1, the Apple Silicon, all this stuff just needs the M1. Will it slow down a bit if you do a bunch of stem splitting and throw all of the plugins and use Chroma Glow on 15 instances? Maybe, but I think it's good. Did Apple add more to Logic than GarageBand? Yes, they do. They do add more to Logic than GarageBand. GarageBand, I think, has reached its limit. And when I say that, what do I mean? I think that the features are not going to be added to GarageBand. It's pretty clear over the last year, since Logic Pro for iPad was released, version 1, in May of last year, it's pretty clear that GarageBand is done for features. It might get new sound packs. It might get sort of a few new, very small enhancements. But we're not getting automation of plugins. We're not getting busing. We're not getting all of these AI instruments, because otherwise, where's the separation to Logic Pro? So I don't know. Maybe do I see? And I must admit, someone actually asked me, which we'll need to check today. Actually, I'm going to add to my list of things to talk about, because I've got a bunch already. But I'm going to add GarageBand drummer to drummer in Logic Pro. Because someone asked me over the night, in the last 24 hours, what happens if you bring the drummer from GarageBand into the drummer for Logic Pro? Does it update it? Does it like bring it across and with this current settings, and then you can tweak it from there, or what actually happens? So we'll find out. No, I want an Air model, but the Pro looks so tempting. I know. So I ordered the Pro model just for future proofing and resell. Yeah, and that's the thing. These things will retain their value because of that whole refurbishment thing. So if you have an M1 or an M2 in good condition, you can resell it for sometimes 70, 80% of purchase price. It's kind of ridiculous. And don't forget, Apple have a 14-day return policy. No questions asked. So if you want to try one for 13 and a half days, you can do it. M1 refurbished would be great as well, yeah. Trevor Bear has the M2 iPad 12.9 and the M3 MacBook. My MacBook was brand new and the screen had to be replaced. Yeah, bugger. But again, Apple are pretty good with that sort of stuff, especially if you have an Apple store nearby. Sold your M1 iPad last week for $400. It was amazing. Fast installing apps like the flip of a switch. Yeah, very cool. New sound packs and nothing else, basically, yeah. Azure says Logic is professional users, GarageBand's for amateurs, like Steve Jobs. Yeah, no, I tell you what, Steve Jobs did a biggest disservice. For the last 12 years, we've been fighting against what Steve Jobs said by saying GarageBand is for people who don't know music. He basically said GarageBand's for regular folks who don't know music. And whilst that's also true, it's not only true. So, yeah, and I still lean back on GarageBand. I love GarageBand. It's my spirit animal, and it is so much simpler than Logic Pro. That being said, I think Logic Pro now, I think I'm all in. So if you would have seen over the last year, I was all in on Logic Pro, and then I drifted back to the GarageBand. Logic Pro 1.1 came out, and I'm like, this is actually even cooler, and then I drift back to GarageBand. Logic Pro 2 may be the line in the sand that says there is no going back. So we will see. Like GarageBand on the Mac, it's a light version of Logic. Yeah, it is. It's true. It's true. But for a lot of people, it's all they need. If you've got a 4-piece rock band and you're just recording them and you're plugging in microphones and going, yeah, just throw the presets on, add some compression, some EQs, a bit of reverb, a bit of a delay. You don't need all the bells and whistles. You don't need all the session players and all the other stuff. We'll see. Yeah, look, again, I did. It was funny. I have a video recently where I talked about why professionals don't use GarageBand, and I reckon about at least 50% of it's perception, and the other 50% of it might be legitimate things they need to do. But there are people using very complicated software that do not need it, that do not need the complexity of the software that they're doing. There you go. Best Buy have the extra tip. Best Buy have a 60-day return policy. Yeah, GarageBand is very good as well. Won't have to change the name of the channel. True. And that's the thing. That's why I was never... when I first started this, I wanted it to be Studio Live Today because I wanted to do videos every day. I wanted it to become a daily thing, and I wanted it to just be about studio stuff. And I knew eventually I wanted to do live shows. So I'm in my studio, I'm live, and it's today. Couldn't be more on brand. Not a question, but a warning for Mac users updating. Rosetta seems to be non-functional. It won't load with it on. Okay. So yeah, standard warning here for everyone. I've not updated my iPad to 17.5 because it's not a critical security update. So because I was doing all this stuff, I was on test flight using the early release version of Logic Pro, and then I wanted to make sure Logic Pro would work the same when I used it here. I haven't updated my iPad or my Mac yet. And before I do that, I will be backing up everything, and I'll be crossing my fingers and my toes. And I probably won't even be doing it for another week or two because I got so many videos to create. Like, I've already got 7 videos on Logic Pro out. There's another 2 I need to do in the next couple of days about the studio bass and the studio piano, as well as whatever we find today going through things as well. Still wish that GarageBand would get more updates. Yeah. And we know we want updates like a country and western pack and a metal pack and decent guitar samples, but we can dream, can't we? And that's the thing. I think that was the dream at one point. The people thought that, people would play touch instruments, but really the touch screen gets you to a certain level, but then you need to grab like a MIDI keyboard or something if you're going to do not real, that makes it sound bad, but if you're trying to play in parts, it's a lot easier and you get a lot more expression on an actual keyboard than you do on a touch screen. All right, let's I told you we would go off on tangents. I hope you're ready to just hang out and enjoy. Let's go back to this studio bass and studio piano plugins. This is kind of the lead that was buried a little bit because everyone got so excited about the bass player and the keyboard player, they didn't really look at the underlying architecture, which is this. The studio bass plugin contains 6 newly recorded, important, bass models inspired by bass guitars found on countless recordings with intuitive controls for palm mutes, articulations, and more. See the studio bass. The studio piano plugin contains 3 newly recorded piano models with multi-microphone volume adjustment and controls for pedal noise, key noise, and sympathetic resonance. Yeah. The studio bass and piano plugins are optimized for use with session players, but they can be played and recorded independently, just like other instrument plugins. Important thing to remember. Let's show you that, in fact, because I've got my keyboard set up. So let's jump over here. So yeah, you don't have to just use them with your session players. You can be the session player. So if we come in here and we ask for the instrument, like we have the studio horns and the studio strings, we can now come down here to Studio Instruments and go to the studio piano or the studio bass. So let's play the piano. and we'll create a track, and we can play directly into here, either using the touch screen or using a MIDI keyboard as well, which is kind of cool. Well, they said there was a secret word. No more. We don't want the copyright claims. Got to turn my volume up there so I can hear what I'm playing. So yeah, you got the full control over your piano in here, and you can use it just as you would with anything else. Let's just turn this up a wee bit. So yeah, we've got this is the one mic Studio Grand. You can go with the stereo Studio Grand, which is going to give you a lot more sound. There's the concert Grand, which is always cool. You've got the vintage upright, which sounds amazing as well. I actually think that sounds almost better. I think that almost sounds better than the others. And yeah, you've got a whole bunch of options you can dial in here. So you can change the mic volumes. So for instance, if you want the stereo sound to be a little bit lessened, you could drop the volume on the stereo and leave the mono mic up. And you get sort of a more distant kind of sound. Or you can get a real separated sound, just turn the mono mic off. And it goes really stereo. It's pretty cool. So yeah, there's lots of things in there. And again, presets, baby. So this is why I think it's really good for newcomers into this, because the presets. So if we go to the Studio Grand Wood, you can see how it changes your settings. Like every time you change it, it'll change it. You can go to the mono, go to the wood. So it just changes the different microphones and the different settings you have on your piano. And the other cool thing is that you can change directly from a piano to a bass. So if we go back here to our instruments, not that way. If we go into our plugins, we can actually remove the studio piano. Where are we? Back here. So we can just delete the studio piano. Arg. I've got to go to, I haven't used this in so long. We'll remove the studio piano and we'll add in an instrument. We'll add in our studio bass. So we'll come down here, Studio Instruments, Studio Bass. And the studio bass has a whole bunch more options. Look at all this schnizzle. Yeah, so you got the playing style, so we can grab a pick. And you've even got some slap bass. Hang on, you got to do this for slap bass. So you've always got to play higher ground when you're doing slap bass. So you've got a heap of control over your bass sounds. And a lot of people have gotten a little confused first up, saying, what's the difference, Johns? What do I do in my bass player here versus my bass player here? So I don't understand. How do I do it? Oh, I didn't notice that. That's cool. I didn't realize that we had access to play the bass here. Can we record into a session player? That's weird. We're learning here. Does that actually record in, and then does it just make a MIDI track? That's pretty interesting. Yeah, it does too. So you can record in and mix and match MIDI with session player. Obviously, session player. I know, 6 strings as well. 6-string bass. That's pretty cool. We'll undo that. We won't need that for now. But just to reiterate that, to explain the differences here. So when you're using the studio instruments, your player is under this one. So your player is under your editor, and this is where you dial in with your main, your details, your manual settings. This is you instructing your bass player how you would like them to play. Has little to do with the actual sounds, because it's more about how they're playing. So while it does affect the sounds, it actually more affects how the player is playing. So slapping, hitting the pickups, slides, it's all the playing styles. Whereas if you want to change the actual bass sound, that's done in your plugin. So you tap your plugin and go into your studio bass. And there is a bit of crossover here, because if you say change your player here, so we go from the disco slap to the roots upright, it's going to change your bass as well. If we go to the pop rock, it'll change the bass as well. What I'm also noticing as I do this, you would have seen there when I was switching things up and playing, it does take, there's about a, because it's loading up these instruments and it's got to load in the patch, it's taking longer. And that's a good sign. It's because it's loading in these instruments, and these instruments are large. These are really high quality sampled instruments. So it does take a while when you hit the button to change it. So if I'm playing something here, and I want to go back to my disco slap, see the pause? So there is going to be that little pause, and this is on an M2. On an M1, it'll be a little more of a pause, and this is why they've said the session musicians will work on an older iPad, but they're not going to be optimal for an older iPad because of that reason. So, yeah, you do need a little bit of grunt and horsepower. And this is why, this is how I'm justifying that maybe I should go for an M4 iPad in the future. Anyway, hello, Princess LDG. Hope you are well, my friend, and doing good. Where are we? Yeah, we're at the 30-minute mark. Yes, and we will, because this is because this is a longer stream, and I need to keep the lights on around here. We will be inserting a few ad breaks as we go through. So we're going to do about every half an hour, which it just so happens to be. Don't forget, if you've got any questions, you can throw them here in the chat. All you need to do is put a big Q in front. That helps me out. The reason that helps me out is that a lot of sort of chat between yourselves, which I love. I love the fact that folks can just come onto these live streams and have a chat. It's not all about me. It's about you. It's your music, not my music, that we're here to talk about and here to celebrate. So yeah, you can go ahead and chat amongst yourself. But if you've got a question for me, if you want something that you want me to see and hopefully answer, yeah, big Q in front of it will help you out. So we are going to take a quick break right now. Some will be being served a little ad. What are you getting? If you get an ad, let me know. I'm always intrigued as to what ad you actually get. Is it Masterclass? Is it is it, what else do they often advertise on here? Maybe that MIDI sound pack that sometimes gets advertised. The thing is, I don't control that. That's based on you. That's your preferences that will determine what ads you actually get. Alrighty, where are we? I think I did see a question. Can you show how to change from R&B drummer to an electronic drummer? I'm working on a remix. How to make loves? Oh, Axis of Awesome. Well, first of all, Axis of Awesome are awesome. If you haven't seen Axis of Awesome, they're the band that did the 4-chord song that used that chord progression over and over again, which is very cool. So yes, we will do that. I'm flagging and tagging that one. I'll come back to that in just a jiffy, Gobi. I'll show you, because I haven't actually explored the electronic drummer and the percussion drummer yet. There you go, 2 more videos I need to make. That's going in the list. This is how I do things. So I do need to do a percussion video and an electronic drummer video because I have not dabbled in those as yet. Have I stocked up on coffee? Well, here's the thing. I've got some reserve. I've got some music videos to play. I've got a Thomas Christ tune, a Jade Star tune, and one of my tunes. So at about the hour mark, we'll do a little break, and I will go and replenish and restock. So because I can't sit. I'm not the sort of person that can sit still for 4 hours. So we will be doing there. Yes, I'm going to need a lot because I'm nearly at the end of my first one, and I rabbit on so much. It's not even, it's cold and it's not even gone yet. I'm going to have to switch to water for a minute. I haven't gotten an ad yet. No ads. Well, there you go. Did I turn on monetization? This is the point where I'm just like, did I even turn that on for this stream? I'll have to check it. All right. Chat GPT, working the session players. There you go. Chat GPT. I like what you did there. Very cool. Let me just do housekeeping and double check this. Yeah, I do have it on. So it's obviously just not serving. You must have watched my content because it does do that sometimes. If you've already watched my content and had an ad, it keeps that in mind. Because have you noticed if you're binging the same creator over and over again, you get less ads than if you jump around? I think it's just because they realise that, yeah, they don't want to just keep serving ads all the time with the same creator. All right, so this next half an hour, we are going to continue looking at the manual And in fact, you know what? We'll jump into Gobi G Major's question here. Going from R&B to electronic drummer. Let's try this because I just never have. So we'll grab our drummer here. This is our experimental little disco track we made yesterday. So the drums we have on this one. So what if we wanted to make this an electronic drummer? I think it's as simple as actually changing it up over here. If we tap on this one, we can change the type at the top here. So we can change this to electronic drummer. And what would we go with this sort of track? We need like a sort of, maybe a modern 80s, because it's kind of like a disco-y kind of tune. So with a modern 80s drummer, what's this actually done? That's actually cool. Yep, from Dot Matrix preset. Ultraviolet Prism. Yeah, there's some cool names in these things. That's kind of cool. What about the jewels and gems? That's kind of cool. I think it needs more complexity and less intensity in there. And in fact, let's add a manual pattern to this, because I reckon this needs like a 4 on the floor kind of pattern. I think this needs a doof, 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 dish, doof, dish, 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 doof, dish, doof, dish, like that. I reckon this needs that kind of pattern on these drums. Let's see. Oh, I've done it in double time. Hang on. It needs a doof, dish, doof, doof, dish, diddy. Yeah, like that. All right. I'm learning, folks. Right? I reckon that's it. I reckon that's the jam. So that's, I love the manual adding here, because if you know how sometimes you just like, okay, just drummer. Have you ever been in bands where you're like, okay, for this part I want you to do a you can now tell the drummer, okay, I want it to go right? I like it. Yeah, cool. So hello Kim Harden Hudson, hello to you. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool updating. Excuse me. Sorry, my mute button is hidden behind my keyboard here today. It's kind of hard to work with. Yeah, very cool stuff. Let It Be 80s style. I know. It's like when you find yourself in times of trouble. Yeah, look, we'll play around with the plugin a little later, because, yeah, it could use some reverb. We can add some effects and things later. All right. Again, if you've got any more questions, chuck a cue in front of it and we'll dive into those. But for now, let's go back to the future. Chords track, global chords track and region chords. We showed this yesterday. And again, if you go to that playlist, there's videos all about it down in the description. You can add chords to Logic Pro project and have the session players in the project follow the chords, playing in sync harmonically. Did I read this already? When you edit the chords, the session player's performances change to reflect your edit. Session player regions can have their own chords, allowing the region to play when no chords exist on the chord track, or to play different chord extensions, scales, and riff and fills from regions following the chord track. Yeah, so that's kind of cool. We showed that yesterday, but we'll show it again today. We've got the difference between the regions and the global chord track. Many Apple loops also contain chords, and many Apple loops designed to be used together share compatible chords. Apple loops containing chords are indicated by a glyph next to the key signature in the browser. All right, let's show you what that all means. So these loops, where are these Apple loops that have the chords? Well, if you come in here and you go into your loops, and you can see they've got a little glyph. So this 16mm electric piano, it has underneath it, and look, this is where it gets a little bit hard to see, especially if you've got old man eyes like me. It's kind of hard to see what those are. But if we let's just add this to our track, we just drag this over and drop it on a fresh new track here. Does this one actually have the chords added to it? Sort of. It has a chord. So you can see there E minor 7. So this is actually going to really help out, because now we can actually use the chords view here to change that. Can we? Oh no, we can make it follow. We can make it follow the chords. Paste region chords to global track. Copy region chords. Okay. So with a regular Apple loop, we can't actually make it match our global chords, which is a bit frustrating. I thought we would have been able to do that. I thought we could do that because we can. So for instance, with these, we can actually tap it and we can go chords and we can say, follow the global track or follow your own chords. But for these ones, yeah, we can't. It has the chord and it tells you what chord it's playing there, but you'd have to manually. What happens if you do manually transpose it? Then I wonder. Because what can we do? We can copy the region chords. So we can paste the region chords to the global track. What happens if we do that? All right, well then it just, it gives us that chord that's there. So that's kind of cool. So that means that it will play along. So if we now play this in conjunction with our piano, it will have changed our piano to play in this E minor 7 to match this. That's kind of cool. So that's not terrible. So yeah, we'll explore MIDI and stuff a little bit later. We'll just delete this one for now. Delete the track, delete the regions. See ya. Delete this one as well. See ya. All right. Where were we at? So yeah, chords, global chords and region chords. So now it's got this weird chord up here, but that's okay because we can show you how we can change these around. So I did show this yesterday. I'm going to say that a lot, but the chord here, the chord track is shown by default. This is how you drop down. So none of this has changed. That's how you show your tracks. But here under the three dots in the global track settings, we can now either show a single track or we can show multiple tracks. So you can decide how many and what tracks. I actually really like. I don't see a world where I'm going to need all of these, the time signature, the key signature, the chord. Maybe in a song like my Songtember song last year, bass, what was it called? Choices. Where I have multiple time signatures and key signatures. But for this sort of thing, not so much. So I'll probably likely live in the world of single and have the chords up there. So we got complete control over these chords. Watch the chords video if you want to see it in detail. But if we just want to change this, we can do that. We can put our marker there and add a chord, and it will just slot it in there. So what is this going to sound like if it's going from E minor to G to E minor to... This is going to be an interesting one. That's actually not bad. Pretty cool. So that's your global chords. Now, the cool thing about this is that with the chord progressions and things that we have, we can actually tap here and we can add chord progressions. Now, I think, there's the problem. So you need to use chord progressions, you need to have it covers the whole area. So if you're going with like a 4-chord progression, you need to have like an 8-bar area. So I tend to just put it all the way across there. So let's try another one. What if we go with the, what haven't I tried yet? I don't think I've used this one much, the 2-1. This is going to go. That's pretty cool. That needs to, overlapping notes found. Oh, hang on. I'm trying to move things where I shouldn't move them. Undo that. Undo it. Undo. It's not, that's weird. It's not undoing the thing where I overlapped the notes. Don't do that. Whatever I just did, don't do that because it messed with my stuff. Okay. Don't overlap your regions. What I was trying to do is delete out this one and then move this to cover all this because I think it needs to use that same one. It's the problem. Yeah, Logic Pro lets you do all the things, which means you can mess up pretty quickly as well. We need to change this bass. Even though it's only a demo, for demo purposes, we need the indie disco bass player here instead. So we can have... And then we want to keep this, if we want to keep this chord progression here, we can tap it, we can copy it, and we should be able to tap on this one and just paste right over the top. So that when we go from our first section into this one, show you all that, go from our first section to this one, Interesting. So how do these work in conjunction with our regions down here? Well, what we can do is if we go into the editor for, say, this whirly, if we want this to follow different chords, actually we'll do it in the second section. So let's just say here, don't touch things and move them. Let's just say here, this A minor, we want this to go to a G, but with an A bass. We want the bass note to stick around on the A on this one. Well, we can go into here, we can go into this chords track, and we can actually change it in here. So what we can do is, first of all, we can tap in here to copy, to paste the chords. So we can follow the chords track, we can follow the region track, but we can paste chords from the global track down into here, and then say we want to change this one, we're going to edit it, and we'll make it the G, but we'll make the bass note of this one the A. So the bass hangs out on the A. This will be a bit weird and interesting. And you can see there now that this is different. So up the top here, we've got A minor, G, and down the bottom here, we've got A minor, and then this G/A chord. And if we tap in this section, see how it's following the region chords now instead of the global chords? Yeah, it's how we can have different chords. Have our cake and eat it too. And that time, it goes to the G, right? But if you wanted it to say, hang out on the A minor on that one instead, we can, again, edit the chord here. And to edit the chord, you just tap on the root note, give it an A, tell it to be a minor, and yeah, you're good to go there. And we'll play that from here. Oh, I've got the cycle. Doesn't really work that well, but you get the gist here. You can have different chords across your different sections, which makes it kind of fun. All right, quickly have a quick drink of coffee. Hello, Ponk80. Thank you for dropping on by. Question from Al Davis Music. What piano do you use for your thong things have changed? That piano is actually the Ravenscroft 275, which I should be able to add a track to here. So if I go patch your instrument, and we go to my audio unit instruments, and we go, I've got to remember I remember it by developer. Who make it? Who can help me out here? What's the developer for the Ravenscroft? It's not Studio Logic, is it? No, that's the Numa player. Oh man, the Embertone. No, that's Essential Sax. Oh, far out, man. See, I don't like this. Is there there's no search function, is there, for finding? Maybe you can search via the instrument patches. Can you search external instrument patches just by the name of the frickin' plugin? No, I don't think you can. No. I don't think there's a way to find it, is there? Anyway, I'm just going to say it's Ravenscroft 275. It's about a $30 plugin, and it's really, really nice piano sounds, as you probably heard in the song. All right, let's go back over to this one. UVI. UVI is Ravenscroft. All right, I'll see if I can find it. It's UVI. I should have known that. Oh man, I'm just going to delete it because I can't remember. This is me relearning Logic Pro as I go as well. Because I can't remember how to change it once you've added it to an external instrument. I should know that. Audio unit, instruments, UVI. Oh, see, I tapped on a bunch of other ones. There it is, the Ravenscroft 275. We'll create a track with that. So this is that. It loads up. Man, the studio piano loads faster than the Ravenscroft now. So yeah, this one's quite cool and has some nice presets that we can change, which are here. There's the classic. So I think I might have used either the classic or the concert sound for that one, which was like, I can't actually remember how I play it. something like that. So yeah, Ravenscroft 275 if you're looking for a good piano sound. But these days, I don't know. I don't reckon I'd shell out until you've played around with the Studio Piano plugin that we have here now in Logic Pro for iPad. I don't reckon I'd actually go and spend money on external instruments right now. Yeah, so the sustain is good. I don't have a sustain pedal plugged in, unfortunately, so I can't really hear you, but yeah, it does sound good. In fact, you know what? When we do, I'm going to add to my notes here because we're doing a bunch of stuff. When we bring GarageBand projects over here to check them out, I'm going to say, bring my Things Have Changed project over. So if you hang out, Al, I'll do that later in the show. I'll bring over my Things Have Changed and see how that works, bringing it across. And maybe even, move the piano over to the piano here in Logic. So that was your chords that we were going through there. So at the moment, if you're just joining us, we're just going through the manual to the What's New section to see what they're actually telling us about that is new. So here's where we got some new things that I haven't actually covered. So control transposition with the pitch source parameter. You can control the transposition of regions and loops in a project using the pitch source parameter in the region inspector. Ha! Different region types have different pitch source options, including follow key signature and follow chords in the global track. Ooh, this is what I was looking for yesterday. And this is going to go onto my list of videos to make. So we need to make one about controlling transposition. Let's explore this, shall we? Because this one looks like it could be a little fun. Let's. We got breakfast orders coming in. Cool. It is breakfast time here. It's 9:21 a.m. here in Australia. If anyone's watching the hockey, by the way, I love hockey score updates. I deliberately don't have it on in the background because I'll get distracted. All right. So it says. So we're in the. I always forget the region inspector. The region inspector is cool. So if you don't know where the inspector is, it's down here. Hello, inspector. Oh, hello there. And there's sort of two levels that you can go to. There's the track level for your inspector, and then there's the region level for your inspector. And here's this one. Here's your pitch source. So you got region chords, or you got chords track. So if you go region chords, yeah, there you go. See how it adds the little chords underneath there? Or we can go pitch source chord track. Can we use this? I don't think we're going to be able to use this for audio tracks. I think that would be a pipe dream. We'll find out later. But I hope, can we use this for MIDI tracks? Let's add, let's just add an Apple loop. So we'll go over here to our browser. Not our Bowser. It's not Mario. Browser. Oh, God. It's going to get weird today, isn't it? We'll go to our browser. I like this 16mm film, mostly because it's the very top one. So if we bring this in and we drop it in here and we just... didn't go into loop mode. Got to remember this isn't GarageBand, baby. Got to go into loop mode to loop out a... All right, so we've got this, and we're playing this across here. Right. So let's see what this has in its options, in its pitch. Pitch source key signature. Okay. That's less exciting than I'd hoped. So, it looks like Apple loops. Because how good would it be if you could just tell an Apple loop to use the chords track and it would adapt its chords based on that. So it's only region chords then. It's only regions that we can actually use that, which is unfortunate. I don't like it. Huh. All right, delete. By the way, they still have not fixed the problem where sometimes you can't use your mouse or even the trackpad button to do something. You have to tap the screen. Don't know why. I've reported this bug a couple of times already on previous versions, and it's still the same. So, well, that's both interesting yet slightly disappointing. What about other types? What about regular Apple loops? If we bring in like something like this. What sort of pitch source info does that have? Oh, geez. That is taking a long time. Huh. Why is it taking so long to bring in that one sample? Huzza-buzza-boo-boo. Huzza-buzza-boo-boo. Ooh. We're trying to do fancy things. We've got a glitch in the machine. Okay, maybe we use something a bit different. What about... no, we need something melodic. Lead hook. All right, that seems to have some chord information in it. Let's bring it in. All right, is this going to work? Yeah, there we go. Oh, there you go. Look at that. So this one does have built-in chords. So it's E minor, then weird E minor, and then into G. So if we play this... I mean, I don't really know that that's what those chords are, but does this have any pitch change options? No, it doesn't. It just has the key signature. So it looks like it's going to be the same as what we had before. So here in G major, if we change this to, say, F major, it's going to change those chords. Can we edit those chords, though, to change anything? Or is that just a placeholder, a marker? I think it's just a placeholder and a marker. I don't think even if we edit, show an editor... Yeah, no, we don't have a chords track for an audio or a MIDI track. We've only got the chords track for our session players. Well, okay, all right, I'll accept it. So yeah, so the pitch source parameter, is that any different then to just? We'll just delete this. Is that any different then? So here's that option. Look at that. Oh, look how many times it took me. I had to tap it like 4 times on there to get it to go away. So is that any different than just going here and going chords and then saying follow? So if we go follow region chords for this one, is that just the same as going pitch source region chords? I reckon it is. If we go back to chords, chords, follow global chords track. Yeah. So it's that and it's that. Yeah, no, we're not old. We're experienced. We're leveling up. I'm a 17th level demigorgon, since you asked. Okay, so that's a good one. I will do a video about it anyway because, yeah, there's another spot to see it. So why not? But let's go back to this. Extract stems from an audio region with stem splitter. Using stem splitter, you can separate separate a stereo audio region, such as a band recording, into stems for vocals, bass, drums, and other instrumental parts for use, and the individual stems on different tracks of your project. We did all that yesterday. I've got a whole video on it. It's cool. It's really neat. You just throw an audio file into Logic Pro for iPad. You tell it to split it out, and it splits it out into its vocals, its bass, its drums, and its other instruments. Does a good job. Someone asked me overnight, what about ad-libs for like rap songs? And it really depends, because I think the algorithm uses, I want to say it probably uses a combination of the volume and the pitch. So I think it would use the frequency and then the volume to pull the lead vocal out and put in the vocal track, because I've noticed it puts backing vocals in the other instruments track. So if it was an ad-lib or a featured artist or something, yeah, it's not going to separate those if you've got 2 different vocalists. It's going to put whatever it thinks is the lead vocal, it's going to put that on the first track. Now, Chroma Glow, we'll look at later. We've covered that in detail as well. It's a new, so what does it say? Use the Chroma Glow saturation plugin to add warmth and vintage character to your mixes by simulating, not stimulating, analog audio hardware and overdriven circuits. You can choose from 5 saturation models to create both modern and vintage saturation. So it's a 1-dial saturator plugin that, I said this yesterday, I know Jade said it on her show, it underwhelmed me when I first saw it, and then I started using it, and I realized it's actually going to be super useful for a lot of folks. I think it will be an actually good plugin for folks to use. I think. Because it is, yeah, it is just a saturation plugin, but it's really easy to use, and it's got some cool plugins, and it's using that AI power of your iPad and the M1 to do stuff. All right, route MIDI internally using internal MIDI in. This is the bit I didn't understand. So you can route and record the MIDI output of a MIDI effect plugin or software instrument plugin on a software instrument track to a software instrument track in your project using the internal MIDI in track parameter. This is similar to using aux-sends to route audio internally from a track to a receiving track, in addition to sending it to the main output. You can also tap the MIDI signal from different points along the MIDI signal path of a software instrument track, similar to tapping the signal. So yeah, this is for MIDI people. And if you know anything about me and this channel, you know that my knowledge of MIDI is basically what I learned in 1988. I know general MIDI, I know a little bit about the data types of MIDI that you can bring in, about MIDI channels, about the parameters such as your sustain, such as your velocity. That's about it. Aftertouch, I don't know. I don't use MIDI routing. I don't use any sort of complicated MIDI controllers. My MIDI controller is this. It's like a MIDI keyboard and not much else. So yeah, I think it's going to be different. So someone else can cover that, is my bottom line on that. I think Jade Starr looked interested in that, so maybe Jade will cover that feature in her videos coming soon. Logic Pro has interactive lessons. These are actually really cool. So if you've never used them, I shouldn't tell you about these. I should say, no, you must watch Studio Live today, and never look at these lessons. But they're actually really cool because they're hands-on, and they're what I do, to be honest. The first 4 hours I spent with this was me recording myself doing the lessons. And I actually recorded them as videos. The first one I thought, oh, I'll share this with like my patrons or my members after they're out there. But yeah, oh, there you go. Oh, it's 9:30. I need to take a break. But yeah, then I decided not to. Yeah. So I don't know. I say all that to say, yeah, the lessons are here. So let's go back out. And if you go to Create Project, under your Learn and Explore, you see all. So you can do these. So for instance, the lessons that I would start with are your session players, because I learned a heap about these. So you got your overall Meet the Session players, you got your bass, you got your keys, you got your drums, and you can actually do those. And I'll just show you really quickly. So you open it up, you go Start Lesson, it downloads the lesson details, which takes only a second or two, and it guides you through it. So it says the bass player does blah blah blah, the chords does blah blah blah. You can open the session player. So it guides you here. Now, it doesn't use red, so mine's better, obviously. It just uses these flashing bits. But, yeah, you can. It shows you where to go, and it shows you, tells you where to go and what to do, and how you can actually do things. So it points you to the presets, tells you to play around with those, shows you how to use the different patterns. And it's very handy. They don't take long. It says they take like 10 minutes or 12 minutes. I find they actually take way longer than that. So let's end the lesson there. Again, click. Gotta click it 3 times for some reason to do that. Alrighty, let's take a break. We'll do that in a sec. We've got a couple of got a couple of comments and questions. I'm just going to do that. Would I recommend eggs or just bacon for breakfast? As a vegetarian, I'd have to say eggs. But yeah, you do you, boo. Ken, wouldn't the iPad be more powerful than the MPC? How would it compare? So the thing is, using what I use the iPad for in terms of this is more like a digital audio workstation, like track-based. The MPC, from what I understand, which is very little about the MPC, it's more of a live loop style experience. So there is the live loops grid that we can use here in Logic Pro. I don't know that I've even ever touched it here in Logic Pro because I don't really know how to use it, but this is more of the way that you'd set that up. So you grab all your samples and your loops and things, and you throw them into your grid, and then you can trigger them, and you can record in more of a live situation. So yeah, it's different. It's a different kind of way, different way of recording, in my opinion. But yeah, it does look like GarageBand. It is. Hash browns. I love a good hash brown. Yeah. Have you discussed the new Smart Tempo feature? Is there a new Smart Tempo feature? I'm reading through at the moment. We'll return in a moment and look at those for you. But for now, if you are watching this one, to help keep the lights on around here, we occasionally have to run ads. And I've taken a leaf out of Jade Starr's book, and I'm going to let you know that you may get an ad right now. Or you may not. you may just be sitting there twiddling your thumbs. We'll see. It depends how it goes. Hello, Gary Hubbs, by the way. Thank you for joining us. So yeah, we've got the other features. So there's a bunch of other features there. It did say that the Counts production pack and the Corey Wong production pack, those I thought were there before as well. I could be wrong, but I thought they were already there. They were definitely in GarageBand, and I thought they were in Logic Pro for iPad as well, but maybe not. All right. Excuse me. We're going to take a quick break here. You can go and get yourself a coffee or have yourself a little bit of a break. I'm going to play one of my favourite songs from one of my favourite artists. This is Jade Starr's project called Metheist, probably the coolest video she's produced. That's the problem when you produce a cool video like this. It's hard to live up to it again. I think, Jade, did you do this one? It was back in GarageBand days that you created this one, or it might have even been Audio Pro. If Jade's here in the chat, she'll tell you about it as we play this, but it's a bloody awesome video, and we're going to spin it for you right here, right now. We will return. In fact, I'll put a little banner in here saying that we will be back in just back in a few minutes. Just in case anyone joins us while we play this and is wondering what is going on. So we will be back in a few minutes. I wonder if that stays up when I play this video. It might not, but we'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll return to Logic Pro live then.
Control my movement. We tear each other down in the name
There you have it. Bloody Jade Star, Metheus, new Metheus coming soon. And that just shows you that was created all entirely on an iPad. So that's the sort of music you can make on an iPad. And I can only imagine that with the power of Logic Pro for iPad now, that next time around is going to be even better. Even better. How do you feel about Cubasis and Roland Zen Beats? Here's the thing. I actually really like Cubasis, and I feel I feel a little sorry for Cubasis. Does that make sense? Because I think that they've done good things. I think they've been listening to their users. They've got a very rabid user base of people that love Cubasis and love using Cubasis, and I think they've done nothing wrong. I just think they've always been about one step behind when it comes to kind of the latest and greatest in technology. So their last version was kind of like Logic Pro 1, and now Logic Pro, like, they seem to be playing catch up. Is that fair? And it's kind of the same with Auria and with other DAWs. I don't know. I think Apple have the advantage because they're native. They can produce native stuff directly into their own silicon. So other apps don't seem to have the ability to run as smoothly. That's my opinion. Maybe it's harsh. I don't know. Hairbrush microphone. It's weird that I don't have the update. Check the App Store and I have the most recent version. So, what is your iPad that you're using, or your Mac that you're using? Because it is only going to be available for certain ones. There you go. You've solved it. Yes. So you will need to have at least iPad OS 17.4 or above. And yeah, so you don't need 17.5. If you're on 17.4, it'll update. But if you haven't updated, it won't show. And unfortunately, Apple in their wisdom, and look, I love you, Apple, but you also frustrate me. It's like that love-hate relationship kind of thing. I love Apple, but Apple frustrate me because they don't tell you. It is kind of a bit gaslighty because it's not like you go into the App Store and it says, hey, there is a new version, but you just don't have the latest iPad OS. You just need to update that. It just says, nah, you're up to date. And always, it'll just say that forever. It'll never actually say, no, you should actually do this. It frustrates me. Welcome back. I hope you are ready to dive into some more new Logic Pro goodness. We in the first hour, we went through the basics, and now we're going through the extras, the extra little bits that are here in the manual that were there, the other features, and see if there's any of these other features that might actually do it. Yeah, you definitely don't need the latest, so you don't need to go to 17.5. I think you need 17.4 as a minimum, though. So if you haven't updated for a few months, you might be out there. Yeah, Cold Acre, the solo in that last song was Cold Acre, and it was recorded in Auria Pro, which just goes to show you can use whatever you like. We're not back in a few minutes. We're back right now. If you've got questions, we are live. We're interactive. We're here for another 2 hours and 50 minutes. So got plenty of time for you to ask questions. It's going to be a quiet, quite relaxing kind of show. I'm now fueled up. This next segment is brought to you by Coke Zero. Well, no, I was going to pour that into my coffee cup. I forgot that I still had coffee in that coffee cup. That could have been a very interesting mix. So I'm just going to drink from the can. All right. So let us go back to our screen here and see what else we got. Other features, real-time bounce for external instruments. When bouncing a project in place, Logic Pro now supports including the output from external instruments, the OI, output input plugin, and external inserts in a bounce. When the automatic mode option is chosen in the export processing details dialog, Logic Pro determines whether to perform the bounce in real time or offline, depending on whether channels contain plugins requiring a real-time bounce. See export a project to an audio file. That real-time bounce for external instruments. Okay. That's okay. I think I get that. So I think that means that when you have an external instrument like now, is this external instrument as in hardware, or is this software instrument? What do we think? Maybe we need to actually look at that in the other section. Why don't we can we open this? No. We might look at that. That's another one that I don't know that I'm going to use a whole lot. But we'll check it out again maybe later in the show. I'm not sure whether that's referring to having what it might mean, external instruments. So it might mean that if you're using, say, the Ravenscroft piano, it's okay. So doing it in real time. So it's actually going to process it through the plugin as it does a bounce down and an export of your track, as opposed to processing it, freezing it in the track, and then exporting it. offline, I guess. So maybe it means that I don't know. I'll have to read that in more detail. Input monitoring for software instrument tracks. You can use input monitoring on software instrument tracks as well as on audio tracks. On software instrument tracks, input monitoring is useful for playing multiple tracks simultaneously or when used in conjunction with MIDI input and MIDI in channel settings to play a software instrument with an external source independent of the focus track. Yeah, okay. That's cool. So does that mean let's go back. We don't want to be. Let's get out of this live loops grid. I don't like your live loops. We'll go back to our project. So does that mean that we can we'll add a new track here. We'll add our studio piano. Actually, we'll use the Ravenscroft 275 like we did before, so we can do this external stuff. In fact, we'll see if we can. We'll play in a little part here. So where's the okay, so we've got input monitoring. Oh, this is cool. So it means that if you've got, say you've got your focus on a different track. Oh. But why is it monitoring that one if we don't have the monitoring on for it? Shouldn't you be able to control that? If that's the point of this, if the point of this is to do that. So when it's on there, now it's playing both. So it looks like it's going to put input monitoring on automatically if you've got a track selected. But let's say you've got an audio track selected. That's probably what it's meaning, which is kind of cool. So it might mean, you know what this will be good for? This could be good for if we have an audio track here and say we wanted to make this. Where's our input settings? Man, I've forgotten more than I remember about this, I swear. There we go. So we had this, and we've got the input is our Steinberg, which I'll plug a microphone into later. But say we're recording onto that, we want to. Oh, that's cool. So if you weren't aware, previously when you had a software instrument track and you wanted to record it in, you had to have that track actually highlighted and selected, whereas now it looks as though you can actually say record here on an audio track at the same time. Let's test this. I've got a microphone, we've got time. Let's test it out, shall we? We're going to plug in, dodge all my drinks here. Hello, Phil. Thanks for lurking. Yeah, look, lurking and listening is all good. And that's the thing. That's what's going to happen around here. By the way, if you're a permanent lurker, don't worry. I know you're out there. I know not everyone wants to get involved in chats in live streams. Some people just like to pop them on and listen into what's going on. And that's why I thought this would be fun, because this is, as I mentioned at the front of the show, this is what I'd be doing anyway. Oh, I've got to plug in my microphone. XLR plugs are always hard to plug in one-handed. There we go. Check 1, 2. So, this is what I'd be doing anyway. So this is just you looking over my shoulder or into my face, as the case may be, as I do my stuff. That way you can ask questions, and I've already got some things that we're going to do later based on what people have said. So just to re-explain what we're doing here, in previous versions, we wouldn't be able to monitor a software instrument such as this piano at the same time I'm going to play it up here just to make it easy. At the same time as we're actually recording and have focus on a separate track. Because as soon as you take the focus off of that software track, there was no input monitoring available for it. So let's test this out. Let's see if we can record these two tracks, turn the metronome on at the same time. This could be fun. I don't even know what your name is, baby. Stop it. Why is all my songs that I sing when I'm just making stuff up always just about, hey girl, I don't know your name, baby, what's going on? So I've played in, did it not get my first chord? I don't even know what your name is, baby. Okay. So yeah, that will actually be handy for some people sometimes. It will be nice to not have to remember, why aren't I getting the sound? Because whenever I used to use a software instrument, I'd constantly be saying to myself, what is it? What are you talking about? Why aren't I hearing the sound? I've got, oh, you got to have it monitored. So it did play that first note, but it's not showing it there. Let's go to the editor. Oh yeah, there it is. That's weird. That's a bit of a glitch, isn't it? I reckon it's because it's right at the start there. If we move it, does it show? There it is. But if it's right at the front, that's weird, isn't it? They're there, but they're just not showing. Oop. Oop. I don't even know what your name is, baby. We'll pop that down. We'll turn off the monitoring. We'll turn off the input monitoring on these so that we're not doing that, and we'll turn our record lights off so they're not flashing in our face either. Yeah, that first note glitch. So we've got a few bugs here, which is a bit weird, like the using of the tapping of the mouse. Considering that Apple really want us to use their magic keyboards, if you can't tap on a thing, like when you're going to delete something, if it'll say, do you want to really delete it? Oh, see, that time it worked perfectly. Of course it did, because I was trying to prove a point. But if I'm using my external Bluetooth mouth, let's see if it's going to do the thing here. Yeah, look at that. Tap, tap, tap. 3 taps. It's always 3 taps. And I don't know why. It's like it doesn't highlight it and select it properly. How do you normalize the sound on Logic Pro for iPad? I can't find this function. Do we have normalization? We have bounce in place. Does bounce normalize like it does in... I haven't actually ever normalized the thing. I think we do have a normalization option here. Yeah, there you go. Normalize on. So if you've got a track and let's say you record it like that, quite quietly, and you want to normalize it, you tap it, tap again, and go bounce and join, bounce in place, and in here, yeah, destination, new track, source, hang on. So mute the source, include the plugins, include the tail if you want to, and normalize, and yeah, we'll bounce it. So we'll bounce this in place, and it creates, see, there you go. It creates a new version of that. So there's our original version of the track. Oh, hang on, we've got something else soloed somewhere. No, why is that? Oh, because that's the old version. It's not active anymore. Fair enough. So yeah, that's our new version of the track, and it's going to be me singing louder. I don't even know what your name is, baby. Oh, man, the lyrics are weird. But yeah, thank you. Thanks for being here, and thanks for your question, because there you go. I didn't know that, and now I do, because I've never really used that sort of feature. But yeah, it's like the merge option that we have, and where it can be useful to do that sort of thing, and this is the same for GarageBand, is can we do that? Can we do the bounce in place here? Bounce and join? Yeah, so if you've got a MIDI track instead, and we do the bounce and join and bounce in place, doingy, 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 so we can do the same sort of thing, and we can normalize it and we can bounce it. So if you're having problems with a plugin, have you ever had that thing where you're trying to export a track? Oh, no, it just, it turns, is that an audio file then, but it's green? That's wacky, man. I don't even know what your name is. So this is an audio file now with audio options, right? Yeah. Huh. Never really done that before. Huh. So the merge function, if you merge a MIDI track in GarageBand, but see, because this is bouncing in place, it's slightly different. So yeah, but that's actually changed there. So this means that if we like change these, it's not going to update it, is it? Because it's bounced in place. But we'd have to revert it to do that. How do we do that? We can bounce in place again. Can we unbounce? Yeah, it's not anything I've really played with a lot before. But it's going to undo all this because I don't want it there. All right, so we'll go back to that. But good question, and there you go. Learned something new. Not necessarily about the new Logic, but it's something new. Really looking forward to putting chroma on some Rhino guitar tracks. I got recorded. Could this be the thing that bridges the gap between mic'd up cabinets and digital inputs? Yeah, maybe. It might be good on guitars. I haven't played with it much on guitars, but it might be a good thing to add. All right, so I need to add that to my list of things, which is input monitoring for software instruments. Hurrah! We don't have it in GarageBand yet, though, so sorry, GarageBand people. No getting excited about that. Back over here. So, Wave, now default audio. Wave is now the default. The default format for audio recording is now Wave, BWF, which allows for longer recordings without interruption. It provides increased compatibility with third-party audio products. Why did they use AIF as a default for so long? I don't know, but it's now Wave. Wave is the default. I don't think I need to make a video about that, do I? Maybe not. But if you want to change that, that is in your setting. I think I said it. I think the first thing I did when I first got Logic Pro was changed the recording to, not, what? Why is mine set to AIF then? Oh man, I swear that I had that on Wave. That's really weird. It's weird that they said that was a thing. Maybe I do need to do a video now. Wave is default, but check your settings, because I'm 90% sure that I had that set. And if you don't know what this is, it doesn't really matter, but Wave, as opposed to AIFF or CAF, is just a more standardized format. And sometimes when you're moving between different apps and you're playing around with files, AIF doesn't have compatibility, and I think it cuts off at, I don't know what the time is, I can't remember, but if you're recording like hours and hours of audio, you need Wave. So that's weird. I think that, yeah, because all the rest of my options in here are the same, are they? Auto detect audio. Maybe this is the problem I'm having with because I'm having to, okay, that's interesting, because I've been having to actually come in here and select that separately. It keeps wanting to default to my HDMI, but maybe it's because I don't have the auto detect audio devices. That's really interesting. Well, it is for me anyway. Yeah, MIDI I've never really played around with. Yeah, okay. All right. So yeah, go check that, people. Go check that. Project settings, yeah. I think this was all the same. Yeah, because your project settings, you've got like Jade Star has a different metronome setting, so that came across, didn't it, with the new version? But I'm wondering why some things did and some things didn't. I don't know. All right, let's continue on. We will get into some recording soon because you can see we're nearly at the end. Duplicate a project in the project's browser. In addition to moving and copying a project, you can now duplicate a project directly in the project browser. Could you not do that before? Could you not? Didn't I do that all the time when I was recording before? Am I losing it? Yeah, couldn't you just tap and hold here and duplicate? I'm positive I did that, because when I did my song choices, I was sure, if we go into Song Timber, isn't that how I did all these versions, my version control? Tap and hold and duplicate? Or in the project, this is the project's browser, isn't it? Or is it? Do they mean somewhere else? Do they mean, no, this is not, that's weird. Okay. I'm just going to ignore that one because, yeah, I'm positive that that's the way it used to be. That's just the way it is, baby. That's just the way it is, baby. So that's the last thing we have. Sorry, I wasn't showing the right screen, was I? So the way I used to do it was to tap and hold here and hit the duplicate button. And I'm positive that was there before. And it just creates the next version with the next number. But maybe not. Maybe I'm the idiot. All right. Anyway, so that is all of the updated stuff, I think, in the other features. So not a heap. Obviously, we've still got the version 1.1 updates, which was all those things as well. All right. So what do we have on my list of things to do here? We had someone who wanted, yes, What about a GarageBand project with a drummer in it coming across? So we need to find one of my GarageBand projects that has a drummer in it. So if we go to GarageBand for iOS, we're going to have to go back in time. I reckon some of mine on my this is instrumental versions. Well, that's okay, because I can add the vocals back in. So was any of these that had the drummer? I reckon Never to Blame. Yeah, Never to Blame used the drummer, didn't it? Let's copy this. I'm just going to copy, and I'm going to paste this over in my Logic Pro for iPad folder under tutorials here. I'm just going to paste it in. Paste. There it is. Never to Blame to. All right, so this is a GarageBand project. So this is our first attempt bringing in a GarageBand project and seeing what it does in Logic Pro for iPad. As my tummy grumbles, yes, I say tummy. Oh, what does it do? It crashes it. Well, that's a brilliant start now, isn't it? Okay, so it tried to change it into a Logic project. No, it's damaged and can't be read. Fair. What went wrong? All right, should we try it again? So this is my GarageBand project. Yes, we want to open it, convert it, do your thing. There you go, it worked. So second time's a charm. Interesting. So we have a drummer, and look, it's still called Gavin because it was Gavin in this one. So let's take a listen to this. This is a track you might be familiar with if you know my catalog. Oh, it went right back to the start. Come to here. Oh, there you go. I crossed the road and never even looked one way. I always seem to know the perfect thing to say, and I don't even wave at other cars when I pass by. Don't have the time, you know I'm such a special guy. Sorry. Getting into my own song. Nothing like digging your own music play. Hey? All right. Let's explore what we got here. So this drummer region was created in a previous version of Logic Pro. Convert to MIDI to preserve the original state or update to the new session player performance. So we got two options. Excuse me. We got two options here. We can convert it into MIDI, or we can go and update it. So what am I going to do? I'm going to firstly create a second version. Or why does it grey itself out? What are you doing here, Logic? There is no logic. Why on earth did it just... Oh, it didn't save itself. Oh, yes, it did. It's back. Things are going strangely here today. Oh, maybe it'll fix it in iPad OS next version. So we'll just call this one. We'll call this one MIDI because we're going to do the MIDI conversion with this one. And for comparison, we will duplicate that, which we can now do, which apparently we couldn't before, but I always thought we could. And we'll rename this sucker to drummer. So the short version of this seems to be that if you bring in a project from either GarageBand or Logic Pro for iPad 1 and you load it into Logic Pro for iPad 2, because the new drummers are completely different and with different sounds and different things, it's, the project size has changed, hasn't it? Why has it reduced it down so much, Mark? What has it not got in it? Now I'm concerned. All right, let's open the MIDI one first. And we will convert this one to MIDI. All right. So so it just creates a MIDI drum performance there using whatever kit we had at the time by the looks. Yep. Cool. All right. So that's fine. And it'll sound exactly as it did before. So you basically make the call to say, do you want to keep your drums the same and convert them to MIDI? It is much quieter though with Gavin. I have to turn him up. And then I'm assuming, you can change. So you can go to instrument patches and your drums. And you can change to whatever kit you want here. So we've got Gavin at the moment. Jesus. So too many to choose from. But yeah, say you wanted the 4 on the floor, we can just tap that, and yeah, Gav will change to the 4 on the floor kit, and then yeah, okay. So that's method 1. Is to just convert it to MIDI. And then can we quickly and easily, if we select all of these, can we separate these out to drum stems? Convert, separate, probably by note pitch, because that'll give us all of the... Oh, it only separated that one. Oh no, we don't have to do it individually, do we? That would be a pain in the rectum. Hang on. Oh, we had them all selected, didn't we? Boop, boop, boop. Convert. I think it's only going to convert this one thing, which is so weird. Why can't it just do all of them? Separate by a note pitch. Oh, it's only done the last one. That's wacky. I don't get it. So we might have to join. Oh, that's annoying, because then you lose the separation of your parts. But I guess it doesn't really matter once you're here. So you'd probably just have to join the MIDI performance like that, and then convert it by a note pitch. Yeah, there you go. So then you've got all your different hits separately. So you can mix your kit. So you can do it by note pitch, or you can do it by... What does articulation actually mean? I've never known that. I think I always do it by a note pitch. So it gives you less of... Oh, so that's just each kit. Oh, no. Oh, so this might be... What's on this? Is this all our hi-hats? So this might just be our hi-hats on this one. Oh God, they're all selected. I crossed the road and... How do I just solve that one? Why are they all connected? Oh man, I don't know. Oh, because they're all selected. No. Yeah, I don't use this sort of stuff enough, do I? They're all soloing and muting together. But no, they're all linked. I don't have them all selected though, do I? Save us. Yeah, as Jade says, she's done a show on this. Yeah, if you ever need the complicated stuff, go see Jade, because I'm a simple man with simple needs. So that's fine, because I don't know that I'd bother. With now that we have session drummer, I think I'm going to leave my drums more as session drummers as opposed to individual tracks, because I trust the mixing more than I would myself. So let's find out how it works the other way around. Let's go with the drummer version. So this time we will go update, and there you go. It just changes it to our drummer. So now we can set each section, each one, tap out. They're all still highlighted, are they? Yeah, there we go. So we can go section by section here. Okay, and it's done an approximation. So it has actually moved it around. So for instance, in this section here, we'll just solo this, where it goes from our hi-hats to our ride. Oh, God, I don't want to do that. So all right, what if we wanted to change it up here? Yep, so we can go, so we want the funk rock drummer, and it'll change the patch as well. Bring it back in. I spend a fortune, but I never pay the tab. I just... Turn that down a bit. Yeah, we need something with a bit more hit to it. Maybe the pop rock. Just don't give a damn when I make other people mad, and I throw my fellow humans under buses when I can. Yeah, still pretty good. Okay, so that answers the question. So for the person who wanted to know what happens when you open a GarageBand track with a drummer and you open it up here in Logic Pro for iPad 2, you get it. I only have one section selected. Yeah, I do. So I was looking at each one sort of individually. Bump, 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 bump. Yeah, so it gives you different options for each one. So yeah, you can still separate out and dial in. What about if I wanted to add chords? I mean, it wouldn't matter, would it, to this? But let's say I wanted to add a new bass track to this. I think we've tried this before, and it doesn't really detect the chord changes at all, like based on the guitar track here. No, I don't think there's any way. You can analyze the tempo, so that might be a thing, but you don't need to do that because it's already got the tempo because it's a. But yeah, I think that's the one thing kind of missing. What I'd love in the chords mode, and maybe Logic Pro 2.1, but bring in a track, like especially if you had a bass track or maybe like a guitar or a keys track in particular, and then just say, use this, analyze the chords that are in this track, and use that. But I don't think we're getting there, are we? Don't think it's going to happen. What else did we? Oh, we wanted to bring my. Oh, that's right. That was before we did the Ravenscroft. We could bring my Things Change project across. Let's do it anyway. Let's just see what bringing a project over with an external instrument would be like. So we'll go to iCloud Drive. Did we miss? I missed it. I missed putting an ad in. So I'll just do one on the hour this time. There you go. You get ad free. So we'll go in. We'll find. Things have changed. There it is, version 4 in GarageBand. We will copy that sucker and we'll throw it over here in my Logic Pro under my tutorials folder just to keep everything that I'm doing here together, and we'll paste it in. All right, I'll just open it straight up. We will convert it, tap it 3 times, as is the style at the time, and here it is. Why does it have everything muted except the piano? Oh, because I probably was playing along to it. Now I got to remember, are all of these tracks in the final version? I don't know, man. We'll soon find out. I don't think these are. I think these were an original attempt. They look rough. Let's just solo these ones to start with. That's my original demo attempts, I think. And then this is it moved over onto things like the Ravenscroft. Oh, I went all the way back. All right, one of those tracks is not meant to be there. Hello, Tommy J. Do you use a keyboard with your iPad when using Logic? I do. I'll talk about that in a sec. What's playing that? This.
Things are the same. Everything's changed. Even the sun doesn't feel so bright today. When will it end? When can we leave? Right now I'd settle for a...
So that's the Ravenscroft piano there. If we go to the plugins here, it has brought that across. And what did I use? It's just the classic preset with the reverb added, like the internal reverb. Yeah, the off-time echo was cool. So what did we want to do with this? We wanted to see what it would sound like if we brought this over from here. So at the moment, it sounds like this. Oh, God, get that cycle off. I don't like the cycle.
Things aren't the same. Everything's changed. Even the sun doesn't feel so bright. Settle for us. It's a week and feels like a year. I'm doing okay, but yep.
So yeah, I should do a remix of this here. Let's see if we use the studio piano instead of this one. So we're going to add a new track up the top here. We're going to go MIDI and we're going to select an instrument. It's going to be the studio. Oh no, he's gotten stuck. Ooh, studio instrument, studio piano. And it should be as simple, if we create that track, it should be as simple as moving this. Why is it defaulted to the guitar interface? That's wacky, man. Why on earth is it defaulted to the guitar layout? Oh, I didn't know we had I didn't know we had a ukulele layout down here. Have I not played with all of these? Jeez, I find these things that I've never used before. Why am I not just getting a keyboard view? What have I done wrong here? That's unusual. Why is the studio piano not using a keyboard? I can use my keyboard, but that's weird. I'm obviously missing. Oh, it's over here, isn't it? Duh. It's been so long since I've used this that I forgot that you could do that. Huh, there you go. Learn something new, don't we? All right, so studio piano here instead. So what we can do is actually move. If we come all the way back out here and close everything down, we should simply be able to grab this one and copy it. See you later, Javel. Thank you for being here. Yeah, feel free to come and go. This is going to be a long one. You can catch the replay afterwards if you want to just put something on in the background. So we'll paste the automation data. Didn't know there was automation data, but sure. All right, so now we've got two different pianos here. We can play them at the same time if we wanted to, and it should play them both. Might sound good layered. Here's the Ravenscroft. And here's studio piano. I mean, it's not quite as rich sounding because it doesn't have that reverb that the other one has. What about if we make it the vintage upright? That actually sounds really beautiful, doesn't it? Let's add a bunch of pedal noise and key noise. Let's make it really intimate sounding. You can hear it, can't you? Well, nicely, can't you?
But you're not near. Are you okay? Do you feel fine? How are you finding things in this new? Don't know how long.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
It's gonna last. But like a...
What if we change this to the cello? Let's do that. Let's improve everything. Everything must change. All right. Okay. Add the stereo studio strings, and we will make this. See, now it's gone the pad mode. That's weird. We will make the instrument our cellos. Actually, it was a double bass, wasn't it? We'll make it the double bass because it's way down there, isn't it? All right. Let's close out all this stuff. We don't need any of that because we're just going to move this cello, or double bass. Was it cello or double bass? I think it was technically a double bass. Yeah, that's double bass level, isn't it? All right, let's see if I can remember how to use this copy mode where we can just go boom. Oh, look at that skills. Pete's got skills to pay the bills. All right, let's listen to the cello instead. Does that sound better than the GarageBand one? Yeah, that one sounds kind of synthetic, doesn't it?
You find...
Yeah, that sounds sweet and tasty, doesn't it? Oh, there it is. Double basses, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd probably have to tweak the notes there to make it work better. Yeah, GarageBand sounds like a ship's horn a little bit, doesn't it? So if we just bring this back into our mix here.
Reprieve. It's been a week and feels like a year. I'm doing okay. Are you okay?
Oh.
Do you feel fine?
Oh, that's why it was wrong, because I moved it somehow. That's got to go back over here. Overlapping. Split. There we go. That's better.
It's been a week and feels like a year. Are you okay? Do you?
Interesting. Okay, so yeah, we've learned a few things there. We can definitely move things around between tracks. Let's answer some questions that have come on in, if I can. Flanger on the piano, that'd be cool. Yes, hello, Coldacre. New Logic is yummy. Is panning just the answer to everything when producing? I'm new to producing, so lost. You know what? No, not really. Not really panning. The key to producing is having a good song to produce, to be honest. Because you can be the best producer in the world if you've got a crappy song. All the production techniques are not going to help you. So, yeah. And I know that's a weird, yeah, it's true. Of course, you've got to have a good song. No, I think dynamics, compression, EQ, reverb and delay. That's really the crux of it, and maybe some saturation. So if I had to go in order of what you need, I would go with volume and EQ. So getting a good static mix without any bells and whistles, I think, is super important when you're producing something. Then I think I'd lean on a compressor, because sometimes you have too much in the way of dynamics and you might need to just level things out a bit, and compression does a good job with that. And then I'd go to reverb and or delay, because I think that's what glues a mix together, is using reverb and delay. And in Logic Pro, you can use buses for that. And then I'd go to some sort of saturation or distortion, because digital sounds too clean and you need to rub it in the dirt. So what do you reckon, though? Anyone else has their own opinions of that? I would love to hear you, but that's the order that I would say. Panning, I mean, panning is part of volume, because it's really just how much volume is on your left versus your right channel. People kind of get sort of confused and overdo it. Same with EQ. EQ is just a volume knob for your frequencies. A compressor is just a way to turn up the volume of everything and remove some of the dynamic range. And yeah, panning is just how loud is it on the left versus the right for each track. There you go. Is there a MIDI learn function for MIDI keyboards? I'm not sure. I've never played around with it, because I'm very basic. I've said this before. I'm a basic bee. I'm very basic with my MIDI use. So the extent of my MIDI use with anything really is getting a MIDI controller, plugging it in, and playing a part. So I don't use any external MIDI routing, and I've never really used any MIDI learn features. GarageBand definitely doesn't have any of that. You basically just have to play with what you got. I think there might be some in Logic Pro for iPad. If anyone's covered it, it would probably be Jade Star or someone like her. Yes, we are getting to that mark. That's in the next hour, the Folksy Pete song. That's what we're going to get into. So this was our kind of getting to know you and doing some of these experimentation things and answering some questions and making sure that I knew all of the new changes. And then, in about 5 minutes' time, we're going to listen to a song and we're going to jump into that as well. Let us continue here. See you, Tommy J. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Levels, compression, reverb, the big three to learn first. Yeah, literally your volume levels are underrated. People start playing with compression and reverb and EQ, but they haven't got their levels right. So getting a good static mix, good levels on your static mix is super duper important. Let us take a little break. We were a bit late on taking this break, so we will take it now. You may get a little commercial break. which you're probably hearing or seeing now, potentially. If you're not, that's fine. That's good too. But you may have a little break there. And then we will return. When we come back, we will be looking at recording. We're going to record something folksy. We're going to use the drummer, the bass, and the keys. And then I'm going to grab my guitar and we're going to play along with the chord progression. We're probably going to play it in G because I love me some G. And we'll see what we can come up with in an hour and play around. And then the last hour will be a little more Q&A and an experimentation. But we will be back in a few minutes. This time, I would like to play another tune for you. So we'll be back in about 4.5 minutes. This is Thomas Christ. And this is a track, is it Feeling Within Me? It doesn't actually show the full name of it there. And I know, Thomas, I don't expect you to be here for the whole 4 hours, but if you're here, you can let folks know a little bit more about this song or some more details. But we will be back in 4.5 minutes to continue on and get into our big third hour here on the Logic Pro for iPad 2 live stream. Take it away, TC.
Got something burning inside me, this thing that you can't provide me. Took away everything that you denied me. I've got the feeling within me, electricity and it's rising. All of the pain I'm disguising, this plan that I've been devising. I've got the feeling within me, becoming something that you can't touch. I don't think that I'll ever have enough. It defies all comprehension, and it's leading to my reinvention. And this feeling is something you just can't see, but it's cutting down deep in the heart of me. It's made me arrive at ascension, and it lays bare all my intentions. I wanted to be alright, trying to forge my way. It's going on tonight, I've got the feeling within me. Wanted to be alright, trying to forge my way. It's going on tonight, I've got the feeling within me. I've got the feeling within me. I've got the feeling within me. Something so close, but I can't grab it. In my grasp, but they won't let me have it. Increasingly, I'm sick and I've had it. I've got the feeling within me. Person broken from this situation. All the rage has been twisted and shaken. So sorry, perhaps I'm mistaken. I've got the feeling within me, and it lights a blaze within my mind. My inferno is glowing, it leaves me blind to the world, and it's nothing I wanted. And I'm left feeling afraid and affronted. There isn't one single thing I can cling to. All that I have is this music I bring you, on a road leading deep into nowhere. This world where nobody cares. I wanted to be alright, trying to forge my way. It's going on tonight, I've got the feeling within me. Wanted to be alright, trying to forge my way. It's going on tonight, I've got the feeling within me. I've got the feeling within me.
gonna be alright. I'm gonna take a ride. I'm figure other. I got the feeling within me. Hello, welcome back. Sorry, I was getting the guitar ready, so I thought I'd jam along to a little bit of Thomas Christ there. Isn't that a cool tune? Yeah, I have that as my reserve backup. I have Metheus, Jade Star, and I have Thomas Feeling Within Me as my backup tunes whenever I need a break, when I'm doing a live stream. So if something bad ever happens, you know, because Jade and Thomas will just come on. And you'll be like, what happened to Johns? You're like, yeah. All right, we don't need this banner anymore because we are back. I'm back now. So welcome back. We've got another 2 hours to go. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. So we're going to, in this hour, record something new. We're going to try something new. Yes. Yeah, the folk version. Maybe we'll do something folksy. Maybe if I had the chords to that, I would. Maybe I'll keep it in drop D, and maybe we'll do a folky song that's just going to be like a "Hi, old man, send to me the do. Yeah, let's try that. All right, let's jump in and create something new. So I'm going to put the guitar down for a minute. It'll get in the way while we set up drums and bass and keys. But that's the idea I'm going to work on. So what is that going to be? I'll have to work out the keys. Here's a cool thing. You can use the MIDI keyboard to actually play in your chords, which I haven't done, but we're about to try together. Let's go to Logic Pro. Let's create a in progress. Where's my in progress? Let's make this a song. We'll go to in progress. There's only one other song in here, which is called Scroll Past, which I never really got very far, as you can see there. Don't close. Don't close Logic. So what I like to do is I like to have a whole folder for my new tracks. So I'm just going to call this. Let's just name it. You know what? What did I call it? Pumpkin. For the week where I had early access to Logic, I wanted to make sure that there wasn't even a folder that looked anything like Logic Pro in any of my documentation or in my folder structures, so that, you know, doing a live show and suddenly you see Logic Pro for iPad 2 session players, and you'd be like, what the heck? So I called it Project Pumpkin. So all of the stuff that I produced was all named Project Pumpkin. Everything on the YouTube channel was Project Pumpkin. And with the 24 hours to go, I had to go in and change everything. So in honor of that, we'll call this song Pumpkin. Mark had an idea, did he? What was your idea, Mark? I saw that you said you've got a... convert the drummer. Oh, about drummer. Convert to a third-party drum and use the drummer track at the lower volume to thicken the sound. There you go. Good technique. All right, so let's create our project here. We will also call it Pumpkin. We're going to go with tracks mode because live loops confuses me. I'm going to add a session player drummer here. Let's to start. See if we can. Again, I've got to use this this multimodal thing. We'll drag out. We'll do a nice sort of start here. Let's give ourselves 32 bars to fluff around with, so that we can sort of change things up. Now we need folk, don't we? So we're going to go with a folk. Folk. Where is our folk? There was folk, wasn't there? Folk. I thought there was a specific. Maybe we just need to go with like a. Why did I think that there was a folk? Maybe it was in the keys. I don't know. We'll do something folky anyway. Probably go with the songwriter. Do we go with like the 60s songwriter perhaps? I don't think I've used this one. Let's use it just for shits and giggles, shall we? All right, so let's see what we get out of the box. No, don't really like that sound. Maybe we need to go with like a roots brush. A brush drum sound? Well, that's got a very different kind of feel, doesn't it? That could be folky. Then it changes back because I didn't do that. Didn't think it through too well. No, I don't want roots brush. What do you reckon? What do you reckon for something indie pop, garage rock? Do we go with an experimental songwriter? for my experiment. We need it less complex, but something more like that. Yeah, I don't... I think we will go with something like that as a basis. I think that works for us. All right, I'm going to need my... I just realised I'm going to need headphones for this. Oh, so you have to excuse me while I grab my headphones. Because if I'm recording along, I'll need to be able to hear without you guys getting a whole bunch of feedback from my microphone. So we're going to go with that. Yeah, the Roots Songwriter. Let's try that, Mark, because that's... Roots Songwriter might be a bit better. And let's just randomly go with Backroads or... Oh, Old Growth. Old Growth sounds like me, doesn't it? Because I'm old. Let's bring it up on the hi-hats, though. Do we need a bit of swing? Maybe some eighth note swing? No, that sounds too weird. Maybe we just keep it straight. No, I need to swing it a bit. Let's swing it at like 60%. Yeah. All right, let's add some bass so that we can groove to here. So we're going to go to our session player. We're going to add a bass player to groove to. And this is where I think we need... do we go with do we try some upright bass just because we can? Because we've never been able to before? It's okay. So look, so it's immediately put a default chord progression in here for us. Fair enough, but I want it to be in G major. So I'm going to change my key signature to G. And it should update our chords just like that. Let's go with that. All right, so if I... Oops, stop. All right, so if I just extend this out, is that going to extend out those chords? No. So then we'll have to... Oh, that's weird. So we can extend that out. So then we need to copy these chords over. We'll just use this as our basics. So we've got our multiple thing on. We should be able to just go poop. By the way, I find this, instead of copying and pasting, use this, have that selected, and you can move things out. So we've got ourselves nice, basic 16 bars of goodness here. Let's add some keys. What sort of keys do you think we'll go with this? Is it just going to be a standard piano? Probably just doing some kind of plunk and block chords, I reckon. Because I don't think we need like... That could be our intro. And then I think it goes, let's just add another section here. So I think maybe it can do something a bit free like that. We'll just leave it like that for now. And then it needs to go to just some Maybe some arpeggiated chords. I haven't played with arpeggiated much. What does it do out of the box with arpeggiated? Yeah, electric piano. I think you're right. I think it needs to be the E piano. Phil. Hello, Future Phoenix, by the way. That doesn't sound too terrible, though, does it? Maybe we do two. Maybe we have an organ just playing a pad, an organ pad. Yeah, let's add an organ pad. See, now we can start layering up multiple keyboard players. Hello. We've just hired a new player. It's going to cost a bit. Oh, you know what we haven't done? We haven't played with electronic or percussionist. We'll have to do that in the fourth hour. All right. What do we want to do? So we wanted to make it a simple pad, which will make it this simple pad, but we want to make it, do you reckon organ or electric piano? Let's start with organ. We'll try first. Maybe not. Maybe like the church organ style as opposed to the B3. Jazz fusion organ. What's that sound like? No, that's too harsh. That jazz organ sounds good. Let's make it the jazz organ. Hey, so we just drag that on, chuck it on here, and I think that we won't make that. Actually, maybe we'll make it for half the intro. Maybe. So if we just halve that and we put that on half the intro. Oh, I've got that thing selected. Move it. Voop. And yeah, that'll do. And then we'll just copy it out. And then make it go all the way through. And then, yeah, we'll just make it all the way through for now. We can split it and change it later. That's cool. So we've got something. I haven't listened to what this sounds like with the thing yet. Let's listen to our intro.
Yeah. Oh.
That's freaking amazing sounding. Little bit lower volume. Why did it change? Why did it change? What did I do wrong there? Hang on. That sounds cool. Right, should we, I love the sound of that double bass. So warm and honey-like. All right, let's create a guitar track. In fact, before we do that, let's name our project. We still can't name the project here, can we? we still have to go all the way out to this area and rename it out here. Come on, Logic. Just give us the ability to name it at the start. So this is going to be called Pumpkin, my love. I love you, a pumpkin. Yeah, exactly as Tremor Bear says, a sweet, subtle organ in the back covers a lot of spaces. Warm and Honey is my nickname. Like your nickname, is it? It's my nickname in high school. My nickname was Warm Honey in high school. All right. So let's get some real instruments added to this sucker, shall we? All right, so we're going to add this one. We're going to use the Steinberg UR22C. I happen to be in input 2 because that's where my guitar's plugged in. We want to monitor the input so we can actually hear it. We're going to use the default audio patch for now, and we're going to create it. And then we're going to go with a guitar audio patch here. So I think there is a nice acoustic guitar audio patch. Is there not? What? Yep. I thought there was one that was called like, let's go to guitar. Guitar, natural strum. Or, let's go natural stereo. Let's get a nice big wide stereo guitar sound. We'll just chuck that one on there. And what gauge strings do I use? Yeah, let's run it through Chroma Glow out of the box. I think I use I'm going to cheat. I'm going to forget my strings. I usually use Elixirs, custom light, so they're 11 to 52s, Elixirs, and they sound great. Sometimes I go the 10s, but usually 11s, because I'm a bit of a clunky player. I don't play a lot of delicate stuff, so the 11s work well for me. Oh, the hat's getting in the way of the headphones. All right, let us... what I'm going to do is I reckon the guitar comes in like... I reckon it comes in here with the organ. Let us adjust a couple of things. First of all, I'm clipping the signal on my guitar input, so I need to turn my input gain down a little bit. And secondly, I have not tuned my guitar. So I was sounding a little bit out of tune. Yeah, Elixirs are good strings. Let's get that E up there. A looks good. G. G's a little sharp. And of course, what I should have been doing is using the built-in Logic Pro guitar tuner. But I've got the one on the top of my guitar that works a bit better, in my humble opinion. Really, 2 blocks from your house there's a guitar. Where do you live that has its own guitar string and pick vending machine? Are you in Nashville? I wish we had that around here. I've always got a stash of picks now, though. I buy these Ernie Ball orange. The Dunlop Tortex, sorry. I used to use Ernie Ball. I use Dunlop Tortex orange, which are the mediums, and they work for me now. Illinois. That's better. All right, you walk down to get Coke Zero and strings. I would do that. I'm a big Coke Zero drinker, so maybe I could have a beer in the last hour. It'll be nearly midday here, so maybe I'll have a quiet beer to celebrate the launch of Logic Pro for iPad. Let us record this in. So I'm going to come in when this organ comes in. I'm going to turn down the keys just so I can hear my guitar a bit better. All right, let's hit record and record something down. All right, then we need a chord change. We need to. Yeah, let's go to an F for a chorus, I reckon. So if we want to edit these chords manually now, we need to ungroup them. So we can ungroup them, and then we can add in a progression that we want to go to for our chorus. So we want to go this one. Oh, you know what? Let's use this cool MIDI keyboard function. Now, I know you can't see my MIDI keyboard, but what we can do is actually use MIDI input here. It's now going to wait for some input from my my MIDI keys, and I can actually play it in here like so, and see how it goes to F. I just played an F chord. So I can be like F chord, and then I want to tap this one, G chord, and then tap this one, A minor chord, and then this one I want to go back to the C, and then F there, G, so that rising, G, and then maybe to a D, just for something interesting, and then like a D7. And I can play all those in with my left hand. I'm going to be keeping a MIDI keyboard to the side here for songwriting for all time, because how cool is that? That I don't have to be fiddling and faffing about. I can just pump it in. I might even buy like a little 25 key MIDI keyboard that I can just leave to the side there and do that with. So let's record in from this section where we come in with this F. So I'll hit the R button to record. All right. Yeah, I know, Thomas. It's a cool option because it is fiddly entering them in manually. So just being able to tap it and then change it is pretty cool. So we've got ourselves a bit of a progression here. I think it's looking okay. I will, move that to far over. Oh, I know the songwriting potentials. Like, it used to be much harder to do this stuff, and now it's going to be so much simpler. Why can't I trim the front of that? What am I doing wrong? I'll just split it. I'll split it and delete it. I just don't want that intro-y bit there. So let's listen to this back. Trying a few different presets here. I reckon the natural stereo sounds the best. Should we play? I'm hearing some little lead parts in my head. So for the start here in particular, I think we need a little lead part. Can you see if you can reverse audio tracks? Oh yeah, you wanted to see that yesterday. Let's have a squiz. So we'll go into the inspector. I don't know that we can. Inspector, that's the take folder track region. We want the region. What? There we go. So you can turn flex on. I don't think so. I don't think we have the ability to reverse it. Not that I can see here. Oh, hang on, details. Flex and follow off. Mute loop. That's under the general. No, not at least not for an audio recorded track like this. It doesn't look like we have a reversal option. Track, flex, icon, color, no, and that's it. Region defaults. I don't think so. I've got quanta, no. Loop, no, I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think we have reversing capabilities. So let us let's duplicate this track out and we'll record in a little lead part to go along with this. All right, I want to start up there. All right, so we'll just undo that. I just needed to find the part that I wanted to play there. There you go. Little lead guitar part to go with my guitars there. Let's pop the guitar down for now. And we'll dive in and record a little vocal to go along with this in a sec. But first I want to explore some of the options, because this is all sounding a little bit samey, so we can kind of tweak some of the things in here shortly. Yeah, I know. It is. It's going to be a great workflow to be able to do this. It does say the reverse parameter is not available when flex and flow. Otherwise, it should appear in the inspector. In the general help. So, in the inspector under here, so maybe I need... Oh, there's reverse. What am I talking about? Why did that one not have it and this one does? Is that because flex and follows off there? That's weird. Oh, that's the take folder. That's the region. So why does this not have a region? Why can't I go to the region on this one? That's weird. Oh, because this is a comp. Because I did multiple recordings. This is considered a comp. So there you go. Problem solved. You can come in here and you can reverse it. There you go. What does this lead guitar part sound like reverse? This could be a bit funky, couldn't it? Ooh. We're suddenly creating something very different. Schnell dreams blurred, schnell dreams blurred. This suit burns better. Birds is youth, birds is youth. Did you have the backwards talking Flaming Cars dream too? All right, let's unreverse it. Okay. G'day, Dynamite Throw. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Just started using GarageBand. I know. But don't worry. All the GarageBand learning you do will actually help. I know. Isn't it a cool effect? And isn't Thomas Christ cool? By the way, I'll be on Tom's channel in a couple of weeks talking about my YouTube journey. I need to just send him some headshots for the thumbnail so we can get that all set up. But that should be cool. That'll be on a, what'll that be? A Wednesday morning for me? Tuesday evening, afternoon. So that'll be cool to chat with Tom. Are we going for time? We are going to take a short break here. You will get an ad potentially, just so I can pay some bills and keep the lights on. You may be getting that right now, but we'll just take a little break here and let you know that, yes, Tuesday the 28th of May, you should see how the reverse with the rest of the tracks are muted. Yeah, what would it sound like if it was reversed and the rest of the tracks are unmuted? It wouldn't be in the right timing, would it, or would it? Pretty cool, isn't it? It makes it sound almost like a string part. You know what might be cool? To like duplicate that and flip it and have it doing its reverse thing. Like have the reversed sound as like a second. Oh man, there's options. So many things you can do. Oh, who else is in love with recording and music? Like things like I know people say, oh, it's just a software update, Johns. But things like this is what kind of keeps me motivated. Like to have cool new things to be able to use and be able to experiment with and just try new things. Yeah, I like it. I know. Yeah, you should put some reverb on there and really make it swimming. Where are we at? So, someone did mention, I didn't play through it because I don't really like playing through effects, but we haven't looked at chroma verb in this. Let's quickly throw a chroma verb on this acoustic guitar because it's sounding a bit clean. And I've not used chroma verb on a clean track, chroma glow, sorry. Let's see if they have any presets for acoustic guitar. They do. So what have we got here? So we'll go through these one by one, and we can just audition them. I'll turn the drive up. Maybe we give it like 50% drive. Actually, I think, do the presets change the drive? Yeah, the presets change the drive level anyway. So let's listen to this acoustic guitar and go through a few of these. Let's play. Off. Oh yeah, it really just lifts it, doesn't it? More present. Definite treble boost there. Mountain richness. Ew. Nah. Not for this, but if you did have like a banjo or a ukulele or something, that might work well for that, but not good for this. Let's go puffy cloud. Rich tone. Not bad. Space enhance. Bit harsh again. Warm mids. Warm tone. I don't mind warm tone. I kind of like the mid to low. I reckon that just brings it out. The retro tube, a clean tube. Hear how it's just lifting it and giving it a bit more in the low mids? I actually dig that. Yeah, take a listen. Again, maybe not quite as driven. And look, because what it's doing, it's cutting everything below 56 hertz, which is giving you a built-in low-cut filter, which is good. And it's cutting all the higher frequencies, so that's creating that warmer feel. Here, when you hit that, turn off the high cut, you're just hearing a bit more of that jangly treble that you often don't want in an acoustic guitar. This is proof in point of why I think that this could be one of the best plugins. I actually released a video last night and I called it Best Stock Plugin Ever, ? Because I honestly think as far as a stock plugin goes, I think this might be the best that I've ever seen. Because just those presets letting you dial something in. Because what this is doing is it's not only doing saturation, but it's doing frequency bypassing and it's doing high cut and low cut filtering to make sure that the instrument you're using is not taking up space it doesn't need to. Yeah, I like it. The mid-tone was nice too. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, you can also mix it in. So you're correct. You can also have less of it. So if you wanted that sound, but you didn't want it to be like too overpowering here, you can use the mix knob to have none of it, all of it, or just some of it. It really is, Tom. It really is almost like auto mixing. And this is why I think it's good, because people can use presets And then they can look at this and go, why is it sounding better? And they can go, oh, because I'm going through a tube, which is adding a little distortion, a little harmonic distortion, and I'm bypassing at a certain frequency, or I'm low cut and high cut filtering. In fact, this one doesn't have a bypass on because it's turned off there. So this one doesn't use a bypass for that, which is probably a good thing, because I think it would sound too, if it bypass, yeah, then it will sound too, yeah. Cool. Alrighty, yes. And yeah, you could even automate it for different parts if you wanted to, because you can automate. Remember, we're in Logic Pro, baby. You can automate plugins. You can automate everything in your automation window. Yeah, warm is good for acoustic, especially the overall mix. Let's go to our lead part, because I reckon we might need a different. Let's add chroma glow, and we want more of a harsher sort of style with this one. So if we go here, we will add it again. And we'll add chroma glow, and we will double tap it, and we'll go back to our presets. So we're still in the acoustic guitar. We'll play. Oh, we still got it reversed. Why can't I go back to my region now? Why has it missed this one? There we go. Region. Unreverse. I mean, it's kind of fun. But no. No. All right, let's go to our presets again. So this time, maybe we do want the warm tone this time. Let's try this. I reckon that warm tone just helps it kick through. Maybe a little less. Yeah, you're right. We need some more delay on this, don't we? Dub-a-dib-it. Yeah. Need to turn the feedback up on this delay, don't we? Sounds cool, doesn't it? I dig it. Alrighty, let's play around with some vocals, shall we? Let's add a vocal track to this. Or we're going to play around with the yeah. Let's change these drums. So the drums are fine for the opening, right? So it starts like this. In fact, we want the drums to be a little more subtle to start with. So let's split these drums out here, split at the playhead. So we've got two different regions here. So we'll open up our editor, put the plugins away for now, open up our editor, and I reckon for this first section, let's use some of these cool, funky, detailed views that we have here. Let's use a side stick for the first section. So and make it less complex. Maybe we use a rim shot. No. All right, we need a simpler pattern. Let's use our manual pattern editor, because we just really want it to be a simple pattern for this. I love just instructing these drummers. I don't want all those ghost notes. Yeah, I don't want any ghost notes on the stick. think I actually want this up on the ride. Yeah, sounds so much nicer on the ride, doesn't it? And let's change it up for this section here. So let's use our split tool. Get your stuff together, Johns. You can use your split tool, mate. All right, cool. So we'll turn off the split tool afterwards, Johns. So in this second bit here, what will we change it to? Just increase the complexity slightly. All right, and then we'll go into this final section here, where I think we need to change the cymbal pattern up to make it different for this chorusy bit. So we'll use our extendo boop, and turn off our extendo boop, and we will change our cymbal pattern. I think we want it with a cymbal at the start here, like this, that sort of pattern. Maybe even yeah, baby. Okay, so that's got our drummer doing his thing. Let us inspect the bass player. And we'll split the bass player in the same section, so we can just do this quickly with our split tool. By tapping, funk, tap there, funk, and tap there, funk. Overlapping notes. Really? Split them. Oh, did I split it in the wrong spot? That's weird. It must have had a bit going from there into there. That's bizarre, because I thought, okay, yeah, there. That's better. Okay, so we've got our little upright bass doing his thing. Let's see if the bass will sound better, like using the drum, like following the drummer. So the intro here. I actually don't love that side stick now. It's too loud. Oh, drop the intensity, Johns. Side stick's just a bit loud, that's all. All right, in this section here, let's see if the bass player, if he follows the drum instead. I've actually found letting your bass player do his own thing sounds better, just following the chord rhythm. You know why it's not quite sounding right? And this is something that someone asked me about. Because see how I've got swing on here? I've got 16th note swing at, what, 60%. But that's not on here. And this is going to be the thing that's going to trap some folks, is that some of these presets are going to have swing on them and some aren't. And being able to align your swing, because really all of your instruments should be swinging the same, shouldn't they? So if we say put the 16th note and put 60% swing on this, I think it's going to sound better, isn't it? Means we're just going to have to dial it in manually every time to everything. I don't know that there's any other way around it. Man, some of those bass fills sound so cool. Let's have a look at our keys here. This one, yeah. See, that's the thing. We have to make everything swing. I mean, it probably doesn't matter with our pads, with our organ down here, but definitely think we need our keys to swing. Can we just set is there a global swing setting that you can set? I thought there was. Let's ponder that. Let's do some vocals in a minute. I'm getting a bit bored. Which means you probably are too with the fiddling about. All right, but yeah, you can see how powerful that this thing is. So let's just go back and listen to it through. Exactly. It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Let's get ready to add a vocal track. Yeah, Barry, the upright bass does sound a little better than the GarageBand. All right, let's add an audio track. We're going to add input 1, default audio patch. We'll just throw on there for now. We'll create it. And this time we're going to clear out these ones because we need a... What is it about having to just tap everything multiple times? Anyway, we'll just go with a standard, just a standard bright vocal, I reckon. There, yep. Oh, it's got lots of delay on it, doesn't it? Maybe we'll go with that for now, just think. All right. So what I'll do for you, so that you're not hearing me twice, is I'll mute my other mic, and let's just that's an insane amount of delay, but we'll do it. We'll do it anyway. Let's make up some words. Welcome to Studio Live today. If you if you haven't been around and you haven't experienced the sort of weirdness that we do when we do this sort of stuff, that's what we go with. Let's listen to this vocal soloed because we're brave.
When you look into my eyes.
The delay's not actually bad for this sort of ballady song.
Only see a pumpkin pie.
Needs some chroma glow, doesn't it? Yep. Oh man, Apple are going to be so happy seeing this because they're going to be like, this is exactly what we envisioned for songwriters. Except they'll use flowery words that like make it sound even more fancy and schmatchy. They'll be like, it's causing, it's a harmonious marriage of human and machine that's bringing together the best technology and the best songwriters to create the most amazing music ever. And Buttery Smooth will be in there somehow. All right, let's leave the vocals. Come on, baby. Let's find it. So, oh, jeebus. Yeah, got to be careful that you don't just touch things. You notice this little wheel that spins when it's thinking? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Was that there before? Probably. All right, let's come across here. And we'll listen to this vocal. We'll solo it for now. And let's listen to some parts here. And what do we reckon we need for this one? We need full. We need, because it's feeling a little bit thin. I reckon we need a full. Let's turn off the, what is it called? Input monitoring. All right, let's listen to this in solo. Not record. Play.
When you look into my eyes, you only see a pumpkin pie.
That's kind of the tone I'm going for, but I think I need to just drop the drive down a bit. Let's just play the next section. Excuse me, I need to sneeze.
And I always thought that we'd have so much more.
Definitely adds a nice bit of harmonics, doesn't it?
Now the pumpkin pie is on the floor. I called you pumpkin.
I know that the delay is insane. Floor pie. It's always going to be a Simpsons element. I was considering finding the key signature and chords for all the Apple audio looped by hand or ear until the update saved me years. I know. I had the same fantasy. I was back around GarageBand version 2.1 when there were only about 1,000 loops. I had this vision. Because Apple would never do it. I had this vision of creating a table of every Apple loop, like a grid that it would be like loop, type of instrument, key, length, and just having this matrix that you could go to and you'd be like, okay, I need keys that are in E minor that are 8 bars. And you could like filter it down like a big friggin' spreadsheet, but didn't do it. And now I'm not going to. Oh, mate, I've had food off the floor more times than I care to admit. Yeah, wouldn't that have been the balm diggity? But now Logic Pro's kind of handling it all for us, so that's cool. All right, let's come out of there. Are you Australian, Gobi, G major? I don't know, I'm getting Australian vibes from you. Let me know. Okay, let us... What were we doing? Yeah, we got ourselves a bit of a thing. Yeah, right, Thomas. Now that there's... I think 9,800 loops in GarageBand now. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Let's play this whole thing. Oh, that's right. Someone wanted me to do a harmony on this one. I can do that. Let's duplicate this out. Let's sing through Chroma Glow. I've never done that before. Ba 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 ba. What note? Canadian. Yeah, that's same thing. Similar, isn't it? You like good beer as well. That's how I sense that. No, what do we need? We need that. No. What do I do? The original? Nothing wrong with root beer either.
And I always thought that we'd have so much more. Now the pumpkin pie is on the floor. I called you pumpkin from the moment that we met. Now it's all on the floor.
So, I need a big stereo spread on this. Let's go to our plugins. And does it say we've got stereo delay? We need some big stereo separation on this sucker. So many plugins. So many plugins. What is that under? Is it under Dynamics? Do we have search? We do. Where's our stereo spread? Stereo spread. There it is. And shouldn't really add it after here, but we're going to. So just so that we can get this all the way out. Have it sitting out there, I reckon. Just underneath.
You only see a pumpkin pie.
I think this needs way more reverb on it too.
And I always thought that we'd have so much more. Now the pumpkin pie is on the floor.
It's like let's make it a big space, a big cavernous space. Yeah.
On the floor.
By the way, how dumb am I that I only just worked out that Chroma Verb was the old plugin and Chroma Glow is a new plugin, Reverb, and like Exciter and what is it called? Saturation. Yeah. What do you reckon, folks? Is this the future of songwriting? It probably is for me. Yeah, I know, a bit of a haunting harmony. Do you reckon this is a bit of a Counting Crows vibe on this one? You reckon? Gonna get your plays on Spotify? Third Person Productions. Hello to you. Good to see you, my friend. I like doing these longer streams because we do get folks. I know folks have to come in and out, but yeah. Pie, cake, pizza, ice cream, other food off the floor. Well, don't they say if your floors are so clean you could eat off them? Yeah, Chroma Verb's always a great reverb plugin indeed. And by the way, if you're looking at this going, Johns, your plugin order's all over the shop, mate. You shouldn't have your reverb. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I know. The Chroma Glow should probably go at the end because that's like your let's hang on. Where's my edit button? There. You probably should put your Chroma Glow at the end of this. And this channel EQ is like the second EQ, so that should probably go right at the end of that. You probably want your verb a bit further up, just after your delay, maybe. Yeah, probably have the DS. Anyway, you know what I mean. So yeah, you can change your plugin order, and I'm not really spending a lot of time tweaking things for this one here right now. Yes, the plugin effects do indeed go from left to right, or if you go into your mixer, the plugins there. If we come to where's that? This one, they go from top to bottom. So channel EQ, compressor, exciter, stereo delay, and normally the sort of orders you see in them by default when you add a audio patch, they're about what most people would use. Oh, I just muted a bunch of stuff. So yeah, if you're wondering what you should do and how you should use it, it's usually based on that. based on that order. So you normally put your EQ or compression right up front, and then you've got any sort of delays and reverbs and things, and then maybe a second EQ at the end. And if you're adding like an exciter or harmonizer or something, it should probably go towards the end. But yeah, it is a good question. So yeah, it goes in order, and it processes through those. And to change the order, you plug it out here. By the way, you go to your edit mode here. So in mix mode, you can't move these around by design. But if you want to change the order of your plugins, you can actually go to edit mode, and you can just drag these by the handles on the side here. Oh man, it's hard with a mouse. It's easier with your finger. You can just slot it and drop it in a different spot like that. And then it changes the order. And so you can see the order changing up the top here. So if you've got like a track selected here, you can see the order there. And if you say move the chroma glow up one notch, it'll adjust it over here, see? It's handy. So yes, that's your plugin order. Sorry, that's good. This is why doing these live is amazing, because the sort of questions that maybe I don't think about, you folks can ask, and I can answer as we go through. Guess what, folks? Yeah, 3 hours in, baby. So you know what that time means? It means it's a wee break. I mean, a too much information break for Johns. And we're going to be back. So in 3 minutes' time, we're going to be back. We're going to do a bit of a recap. We're going to answer any final questions. We might play around with this project a little more. We might look at some other projects here in Logic Pro. I left the last hour kind of up in the air to see what we needed to do to get done today. So you will get a little ad break. Right now, you're looking at one. If you're here live and you don't have YouTube Premium, or it decided to give you an ad, some folks it wouldn't have given an ad to. Time for me to take a little break here, folks. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to play you. This is only a short one. It's 2.5 minutes. It's me. It's a song. It's my song temper song from 2 years ago, and it's a little video and a little ditty. It's called Groan. So Grown Ass Man is the song. If you have checked it out before, if you haven't, if you've heard it before, you get to hear it again. If you haven't, enjoy this one. This is kind of in the style of the stuff we were creating today, but a little more upbeat, up vibes. So enjoy this one. I'll be back soon.
Never one for going hard. Never had a fear of missing out. Never happy in a crowd. And I know I'm not the only one. I'm a grown-ass man. Please take me home. I've done all that I can. Please take me home. Never had to see the lights. Never had an urge for starting fights. Kinda happy on my own. And I know I'm surely not alone. 'Cause I just don't have a plan. Please take me home. I've had all I can stand. Please take me. So I'll quietly creep up the back stairs and you won't hear a sound. You'll awake and wonder what the time is. It's only 10 p.m. I'm a grown-ass man. Please take me home. I've done all that I can. Please take me home. I just don't have a
And that is my home, and that's probably where I'll go and hang out and have a walk around in an hour's time. But welcome to the last hour of this mammoth marathon epic 4-hour stream here on Studio Live today. If you're having fun, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, hit the thumbs up because the sun's up. And if you're here on the replay, g'day. Sorry you missed it live. I know our friends in the UK and Europe, it's very late at night. So you're probably away in bed, and I hope you enjoy it on the replay. And it gives you a little background music to just listen to and to just chill and to relax too. So Dynamite Throw said they just mastered their album with Logic Pro Mastering Assistant on Mac. Pretty good, nicely done. Very cool indeed. And Mark just gave me an idea. What if the album art was a fat, schlubby superhero like Peter B. Parker, maybe older and fatter? I know the sub bus for me for mastering on iPad have scalar EQ, chroma glow, and a clipper. Yeah, so I'm going to have to start playing around because the mastering assistant's pretty good, but chroma glow on a master track is actually kind of epic. In fact, that's a good lead in. Welcome back, Chicken Nuggy King. I'm getting a bit hungry here. Can you show us how to get the chords after using Stem Splitter? I don't think it works, to be honest. I don't think you can analyze and get chords. I don't think there's an option for that here in Logic Pro. I hoped there was. You can analyze tempo, but I think you'd have to manually put the chords in. Maybe we'll try and do something with that. Why don't I find a song? Let me tag that one. I'll tag that one and I'll try, because what I might do is bring in one of my old songs where I know the tempo, put it on the grid, and then add a chords track, and then get the session players to play along with it. Because I think we'll have to do it all manually, but it might not be that hard. Because if I can use, oh, you know what song I'll bring in? There's a song I did called Things Change that was in GarageBand, and it's got some nice like violins from Dan Baker in it, a little bit of percussion and vocals and stuff. But I reckon it could be fun to see what the piano player and the bass player would do for it, to add to that. So let's do that. We'll do that in a jiffy. I did just want to, while we're talking about chroma glow, if you do want to add it to your master bus, that's down here. That's on your stereo out. So you can actually add it to your stereo out track as a plugin. So if you go to your plugins here on your stereo out track, go to Audio Effects and add a chroma glow here. You can put it on your overall bus for your overall song. So if we wanted to do that, let's play this song. We'll just bring it into where it actually kicks in a little bit more.
When you look into my eyes.
So let's stop that for a sec. And double tap there. So we'll go to the presets here, and you've got these, your master bus presets, and look how many you have. You got a bunch of them. What sort of thing do we want? We want to a glowing mix bus. Yeah, let's go with glowing mix bus. It's using squeeze and it's using hard press, and it's at 49%. We'll turn it off and then we'll turn it on and listen to this on the master.
You only see a pumpkin pie.
So probably a little bit too harsh. Is there anything that's like more subtle? What about a clear defined? Let's add this one. And again, we'll start with it off and turn it on.
And I always thought that we'd have so much more.
I think that's more like it, but it always tends to have it a bit intense, and I tend to turn things down a little bit more when I use them. Probably also, the high cut can stay on. So let's turn this down, and we'll drive it up and see where it sits nicely.
Now the pumpkin pie is on the floor. I called you pumpkin.
So yeah, and as Future Phoenix is saying here, you got two options here. You either just drive it down a lesser amount, or if you like the sound of the drive up here, but it's too intense, you can actually use your level out here to reduce the level, and you can also use your mix knob here to mix less of it in. So let's do that. Absolutely. So it probably doesn't need that much drive. I'd probably sit it around there and then just sort of mix it in maybe, 60, 70%. We'll go with that for now. But yeah, so you can use it on your master bus to instantly sweeten any mix that you're doing here. So yeah, I'm actually liking this song. I'm kind of, it doesn't really have a hook yet or anything, but that opening drummer is annoying me. You know why? Because it shouldn't have the kick drum. It should just be a little hi-hat, shouldn't it? Yeah. Let's go to our editor. So let's turn off the snare and the kick drum, and just go with the hi-hat. And we actually want it to be a hi-hat. So wrong one. We need to go. Oh no, that's the right one. Wait, don't we have a hi? Am I missing it? Anyway, let's just try this with it here. Go back. We want that to be half the speed, don't we? Yeah, like this. But we want it to be on the, not on the first hit, we want it to be on the, there. There it is. Except I didn't like that feel. So let's try the play it again Sam button. Did you know we have this? We can do the perform again, and it will just change up the fill that's applied. That works better, doesn't it? Like My Morning Jacket a little. Yeah, I'm getting vibes of, for some reason it's Counting Crows in my head that I'm getting, especially this bit. It's like almost like a round here kind of sound.
I called you pumpkin.
The insanity of that delay, but I just want to leave it there for fun. Let's come out of our pumpkin for now, and let's try some experimentation, shall we? Firstly, I've got to find this GarageBand project, and I'll show you that, and then we'll bring it and we'll do some fun stuff. GarageBand. All right, come back in here. Oh man, it feels so weird. It feels so primitive and basic to jump into GarageBand now, doesn't it? Things change. So this is the latest version of it. Just download it, version 11, because I do lots of stuff. Since Pete said he was going to start releasing more music, he's been knocking out of the park. Since Pete said, yeah. I mean, I haven't been releasing a lot of music lately. Luckily, we have Songtember just a couple of months away, so I have to finish a whole song in Songtember. But I haven't been doing as much as I would have liked to have actually finishing. I'm not taking my own advice. I'm not really taking my own advice and finishing songs. All right, so here is this song with, why does it have all that? I did a simplified version recently.
It's a thing that many fear.
How nice is that friggin'...
that we have right now.
These Dan Baker violins are so ridiculously good.
Appear. The only thing that stays the same is that things will change.
I actually really like this song. I know it's not cool to like your own music, and I like this song so much, especially when it kicks in here with like the 3 violins of Dan Baker.
It's a hope of kings and pain.
Yeah, I wonder if we can use some chroma glow on the strings. Studio piano here. Get a bass player to play things. And so, literally, I gave Dan Baker the guitar and the vocal track and said, do some violin stuff. And he did like 8 tracks with a whole bunch of different variations. And it came together so nicely. Anyway, I'll stop getting excited about my own song from 7 years ago now. But what I want to do here, see, is copy this. And just to keep things organized, I'm going to pop it over in my Logic Pro for iPad folder, in my tutorials folder. And we will play with it here. Tap and hold. There you go. We've played with Things Have Changed, and now things change. So we can open this as a project, or we can do, we'll do it both ways here. This will be interesting. First of all, before I open this as a project, I'm going to export it from GarageBand so I can bring it in as stems, because this is what we wanted to experiment with, yeah? So, oops, I mean, is this GarageBand? Yeah. I've got to find where I was before. Things change. Oh, change was this one, wasn't it? So I want to actually export this. I want to share this. And I'm just going to turn the screen off for a sec, because whenever I go to share as a song, I'm just doing share song, uncompressed wave, 24-bit. It always brings up the little share sheet, which shows stuff I shouldn't show. Like when I've been texting someone, it'll, you know how it shows like details? It shows like email addresses and phone numbers of people. I've done that before on a live show. And so now I just turn it off. So this will export this WAV file. And what we're going to do, see, is I'm going to check the BPM. I'm going to set up a BPM and the key. I'm going to set up a project. So we'll just stick it in audio share. That's going to, no, we'll save it to files. I'll just stick it in my downloads folder. For now, iCloud Drive, downloads, and pop it there. Things change. All right, so let's just reopen this and inspect it. It is, so it's in 6/8 time. It's 100 tempo in C major. I mean, it's not actually in C major. What key is it in? Now I've got to remember. Hang on.
It's a common misconception. It's a thing that many feel.
So what's that? That's D minor into... where's my piano? I've got my MIDI keyboard plugged in. It's not working on here? Oh, you got to go into it, don't you, in GarageBand? So it's got D minor, A minor. It kind of is in C major, I think. Anyway, we'll leave it in C major to start with, and then we can program in the chords as we need to. So we'll go with C major. We will go with a 100 tempo and a 6/8 time signature. We'll do that. To do that, we need to go back over to Logic Pro. I won't use a pumpkin folder here. We'll go back out and go to our tutorials folder here, and we will create a new project. And we'll go into tracks view, and we will go to the top here and tap the 3 dots and go to split view. Oh, before we do that, we probably should have gone into a track first. That's all right. So we'll go in here, we'll just add an audio track, and we need to find iCloud Drive, downloads, things change. Oh, wait, we didn't set up our project. Set up your project first, Johns. All right, done with that. Come over here. Well, we can still do this. Oh no, we can't. We can't really see. Can't see the buttons to press. Let's just go back to full screen mode. We'll do the split again in a sec. Full screen mode. So what do we say? C major is fine, but we need it to be a 6/8 time signature. 6. 666. No, where you brought here by the devil? No, good sir, I'm on the level. 6/8. 6 and 8 time. Leave it in C major, and we need to change the tempo of our project to 100. 180. All right, that's good. We're happy. So now we should be able to do this a little trick. We'll just do the split view. And bring it in. Drop it on a track. Funk. Yeah, we'll convert it to the 48 kilohertz to bring it over here. Shouldn't cause any problems. It does say it has tempo and markers, but it really doesn't seem to. Back to full screen. All right, so what's it going to do with this in terms of that? So let's just make sure that it actually sits on the grid properly first.
The only thing that stays the same.
Seems pretty tight, so that's cool. So now what we can do is tap on this one, tap again, stem splitter, baby. Now this is the only feature that requires at least an M1 processor, so this will not even be there if you don't have an M1, unfortunately. So let's split these out. So quick, so good. All right, so let's solo these vocals. And I know, I get it. I have the project. I don't need to do this, but it's more just an experimentation thing. Let's listen to the vocals.
Comfort that we have right now.
Oh yeah, this song has no drums. There's going to be nothing in the drum track. And it has no bass. What a stupid track to use.
Is to be.
Oh well.
And what else do we say?
Didn't think that through too well, did we? Oh well. Oh well, not to worry. So yeah, what were we doing with this? Oh yeah, we were going to see if we can work out the chords. So yeah, I don't think that there's any way that, yeah, there's no funky new thing that we can do with the chords track that's going to tell us what the chords were. Yes, I will add a drummer track, but what I might do is, so I've got all the original ones. I'm going to come out of there. Or I'm going to just open the project. So yeah. That was really just to prove that we can do that, but it doesn't have any bass or drums anyway. We can add some though. It'll be interesting to see. Let's go into this things change. We will open it in Logic Pro. It'll open it. It worked first time that time. Brilliant. So here's our project. Nice. Let's play this back. Whoop.
We're as big as speaking of, and a fact that never fades. The only thing that stays
Remix, baby.
the same is the things we.
Yeah, cool. So, yeah, if we wanted to say, let's see if, what would a piano play? Oh, that's right. We wanted to do the chords. Okay, so we'll show chords here. At the moment, it's just got a whole chord going the whole way across there. Let's see. So we know up here, if that would just do it from where the vocals kick in here. So we won't worry about the chords till there. Because that, maybe we'll do it this way for now.
It's a common misconception. It's a
So that's D minor there. So what we could do here, can we, if we put monitoring on here, yeah, we can. So I think all the chord changes are in a pretty stable pattern here. So
It's a common misconception.
I think they all go for like 2 bars, don't they? So I think if we just trim this to 2 bars and put our little thing on, we can just go stop. This way might be quicker to copy paste, because if we just put our playhead here, if we tap and paste a bunch of times, will it just keep pasting and moving? Yeah. Can we Command V? Oh, overlapping notes. No, don't put it on. God damn it. It put it on the MIDI region. Undo that schniddle. Oh, man. So I can't use my Control V because it wants to paste it down there. That's a bloody outrage, it is. This is the thing. They designed this well, but they didn't think how people are actually going to do this. Because now I'm just going to have to paste it playhead, but I have to tap it and paste it playhead and tap it and paste it playhead. I could then, once I've got 4 of them, in fact, let's just delete one. Because they kind of go in 4 thing clumps. Can we select a bunch? Can we copy and paste a bunch? No, we have to multi-select them. Can we multi-select 4 and copy, and then take multi-select off? Multi-select off. And then do this. Now can we just do this? Ah, there we go. No, what do you mean? Why are you making it difficult for me, Apple? I just want to copy and paste the chords. Okay, so this is what happens when I do these for this amount of time. All right, can I copy and paste them in chunks of 4 without using that tool? Can I just paste a playhead? No, what the hell, man? That off. This is 4 things. Tut, copy, paste. Nope, it does not like it. That's all right. We'll work with this because we might be able to group these into progressions anyway, because this will be... So let's see if we can just sort of play these in, because if we go to the chord here and we go edit chord, we can hit our D minor, we can use our MIDI input, we can hit our D minor. Oh, and we can monitor it here. So can we sort of do it in real time?
It's a common misconception.
Open the edit chord again.
It's a thing that many fear.
So we can't kind of do it as we play. That would be better, wouldn't it? Edit chord. All right, so and it repeats that, I reckon. So the D minor, A minor, D minor, A minor. No minor. I reckon if we put all these together, we can group this into a progression. Tap again. Group chords. All right, so now we got a chunk. So now will you let me do the chunking thing? Yes, now it lets you do it. It doesn't like it when they're separated. So let's just see if these chords work.
It's a common misconception. It's a thing that many fear, that the comfort that we have right now,
all right, so that's working.
is going to disappear.
All right, so then thing that all right, so in this part, we will just extend this again.
The only thing that stays the same.
But these are going to be different. We can't edit the chords while they're grouped. This is the problem. You have to ungroup them, and then you have to edit them and then regroup them. So this one will be the only thing that stays the same is that things will change. Oh, it's not changing because I don't have MIDI input on. There we go. The only thing that stays the same, the things will change. Okay. All right. Yeah, look, it's a little fiddly, but it's cool. It's nice. And then
You can choose to kick and scream, but things.
yeah, it's D minor and A minor 7, isn't it? You're right, Emilio. Hello to you. Which we can change. We can change that afterwards. Ungroup these because you can just
Kick and scream, but things.
what's that chord there? You can choose I think it's like a D minor 7, isn't it? And then it does a half F and then a half G. So what you need to do is we need to trim this, because this one's going to be a F back into a G. It's an approximation of the chords. I actually have the chords here somewhere. I should have just got them out, hey? Move that F across there, tap it, edit chord. It'd be nice if there was some keyboard shortcuts to do some of this stuff. F and G. Oh, here's MIDI input. I also don't know why you need to select that. Can't it just always be waiting for MIDI input? There must be some reason why it can't, but that would make so much more sense. So there's our chord progression. And in fact, we can group this whole thing because that's like the whole bit, but we'll leave it for now. We'll just group that in 2 chunks like this. Bip, and turn off multi-select, tap it again. Group. All right, so what do we got? We've got our chord progressions here. So we were going to...
It's a common misconception. It's a thing that many fear, that the comfort that we have right now is going to disappear. The only...
All right, so let us now mute out these beautiful pianos that I carefully selected, and let's see if we can do something by like just adding in a keyboard player. And come in here, go to a session player and add a keyboard player and see what it would do with this parts. So we'll, that's cool. So for starters, what's it done here? It's put it in chunks. So it's added it and it's put it in sort of the right sort of chunks to go with.
It's a common misconception.
I think that does need to be the... Yeah, it does need to be the A minor 7. Emilio was right, not surprising me in the slightest. Let's ungroup them. Let's make these... in fact, I think it's a D minor 7. It's kind of using some jazz chords. So let's do that. Let's edit this chord. We'll use the MIDI input, A minor 7, and this one's the D minor 7. This is D minor 7, and this is A minor 7. All right, we'll regroup these, and that should make the keys player play even nicer sounding stuff that'll work with this. We can group that. We should just be able to go straight over the top of that. Bump. Yep. We'll leave that with those ones there. Yeah, some ninths would actually be nice in this. In fact, I think it is. Isn't the D minor 7 actually a D minor ninth? We'll find out.
It's a common misconception. It's a thing that many fear. Right now is going to disappear.
How's it going, this change?
The And you
Yeah, it's an F major 7. Again, why don't I just listen to Emilio? All right, let's ungroup these and let's fix this because it's got to be an F major 7 or it's not going to sound right. Ungroup them. F, edit chords. This is learning, folks. This is how we learn. Whoops, that's not it. What is that chord? Oh, that's an F fifth major 7 with a sharp 11th. Let's make the second chord that. Just for shits and giggles. All right, we'll tap out of that. We'll regroup these suckers. D minor 9 is D, E, F, A, and C. Is that what it is in that section? I'm not sure. Can't remember. It's not really important for what we're doing for this experimenting, but it's good to know. Group them, and we'll just, we won't change it because that second one does this different thing here.
You can choose to kick and scream, but things will change.
It's definitely pretty cool. Let's change this chord to that D minor 9 instead.
Things will change.
All right, so we can play with this through these sections now. So this is obviously using the freely, whereas the original one used like more block chords. Let's see if we go to the block chords mode here and see what this does.
It's a common misconception. It's a thing that many feel.
Not bad. If we wanted to make it really simple and actually drop the left hand down a bit, that's probably going to be more like it.
It's a common misconception. It's a thing that the comfort that we have
Complex.
right now is going to disappear. The only
All right. So this section here, what if we go with more arpeggiated to see what that sounds like?
thing that stays the same is that things will change. And you can
Let's get all the grace notes going on.
to kick and scream, but things will change. It's a hope of kings and peasants.
All right, we've gone out of the bit. You know what could be cool here though? Like what if I wanted to make a version where it's me, like just my vocals and the solo piano? Oh.
It's a common misconception. It's a thing that many feel.
Why does it suddenly go really quiet?
Thing that many fear.
Why does it start off loud and go quiet?
It's a common misconception. It's a thing that many fear. That the comfort that we have.
That's pretty cool. What if we go back to the freely and get them to just like play, and let's make it like some big root fifth and octave on the bottom. Let's make the bottom end more complex. Let's give it let's go with the 4 voice up the top here. Let's make it move all over the shop. Let's see if I was playing this need an audience sample in the background. Yeah, there you go. Needs the upright still. Yeah, maybe we go back to the upright. That's a good point. So if you want to do that, we can actually we can either change this, or yeah, we can just go over here to the instrument patches. Or in fact, we can go in via the plugin and just change it there. That's going to be the easiest way. We can go in via the studio piano and bring it back to the vintage upright. I reckon you're right. Good point, Phil. This'll work well. Thank you, Joe and Barry Glenn. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I know it's a long one today, so we're just we're fiddling about. We're having an experiment party.
It's a common misconception. It's a thing that many fear, that the comfort that we have right
It's like a lounge singer in a bar.
is going to disappear. The only thing that stays the same is that things will change.
That's not the right chord.
And you can choose to kick and scream, but things will change.
That one sounds great, that chord.
It's a hope.
And then we haven't added the chords there. Let's bring a bass player in as our final kind of thing here. If we're going to really have a jazz combo, we probably need like a soft brush jazz drummer and a jazz bass player kind of sound to go in here as well. So let's do that as our final little experimentation here. So we're going to go to our session players. Let's go to our bass and add him in. Solo it as well. So we've got it here. We'll go with the roots upright. Boom, boom. Is there any sort of jazzy presets that we have here? Walking Strong might be kind of jazzy.
It's a common misconception. It's a thing that many
That's pretty cool straight off the bat.
That the comfort that we have right now,
The piano just matches it beautifully, doesn't it?
is going to disappear.
Get onto that upright.
The common misconception. It's a thing that many fear.
Listen to those little bass
That
stops.
the comfort that we have right now is going to disappear. The only thing that stays the same
Let's let him do
is
a...
that things will change. And you can choose to kick and scream, but things will change.
That's so cool. This is just warming my cockles. What do we need? A little like... a little brush drummer to go with this sucker, yeah? Drummer. Come on, drummer. Uh-oh. My mouse stopped working. Come on. Where's my... Oh, there it is. It's back. It's fine. All right. So, we need... what's going to be jazzy? No, we need a roots brush. Just going to do it. I don't want it to go...
It's a common misconception.
Why is it not playing anything?
It's a thing.
Drummer. Why are you not doing nothing, mate? What's going wrong here? That's interesting. It was just a delay. Well, there you go. M2 processor being put to the works.
It's a common misconception.
That's very much too intense. It needs to be very quiet.
It's a thing that many fear. That the comfort that we have.
Closer, but it needs to be like even quieter here. It needs to be up here on the ride, doesn't it, for jazz?
It's a common misconception.
Maybe it needs to swing it a bit.
It's a thing that many fear, that the comfort that we have
That's better, isn't it?
right now is going to disappear. The only thing that stays the same is that things will change.
Listen to that piano player doing its thing.
And you can choose to keep.
I want to fix this chord because that's irritating the heck out of me. Ungroup it. Whatever the hell we made up here needs to go back to an F major 7. Edit chord. MIDI. Oh man, I love that. I love that feature. Just pumping in the chord with my MIDI keyboard. Is that going to fix it?
Will change, and you can choose to kick and scream, but things will change. It's a
That's just freaking cool. Can it jazz? Yeah, it can jazz. Right?
It's a common misconception. It's a thing that many fear, that the comfort that we have right now is going to disappear.
Should we bring where's the violins?
Only thing that stays the same is that things will change, and you can choose to kick and scream, but things will change. It's a whole.
So cool. Let's I don't have time to do the other way, but we can bring these violins back if I just trim them to here, because these are in the second verse and that was the first verse. But just for fun, for shits and giggles, as we say, let's bring these back over here and see if we can get like a full string kind of sound in here as well.
It's a common misconception. It's a thing that many fear, that the comfort that we have right now is going to disappear. The only thing that stays the same is that things will change, and you can
Stick them all in live loops.
kick and scream, but things will change.
That's epic. Oh man, yeah. I should just get every song I've released and just put a jazz combo behind it. I reckon my song "Be Cool" would work well with this as well. Anyway, we're out of time for doing that today. Yeah, the keyboardist can be used for any instrument. You can change which instrument it controls. True. Can we? What if we made the keyboard play a guitar? That could be freaking weird, man. Let's go nuts. For the last 10 minutes, let's just get silly. Let's get really silly. Let's go and add a guitar patch. Boom. Because, yeah, your session players can play anything. What if what if we made it play a plucked nylon guitar instead of the keys? Oh, God. This is going to be an abomination. I'm so sorry, everybody. But it's going to be fun. What's this going to sound like?
It's a common misconception. It's a thing that
Standard acoustic guitar? I'm not going to turn that on, don't we? It's not terrible, is it?
Is going to disappear. The only thing that stays the same is that things will change. And you can choose to kick and scream, but things will change.
No. But in the worlds of decent things, if you went with the electric piano, electric piano. Hang on. Where's just your standard electric piano? I don't want all these weirdo ones. Hang on, let's just X out this. Let's just go back to keys, keyboards, keyboard. Oops, there's a whirly. Where's the electric piano? Like just your standard, like, is it? Got a whole bunch of pianos here. Acoustic piano. I thought there was just one that was just called electric piano. Alright, I'll just choose one of the other electric pianos, it's fine. But just one... Alright, let's try this vintage cinema electric piano. We'll take it back.
It's a common misconception.
No, it doesn't work at all because it's using all weird stuff. Anyway, we'll go out of there. We'll just undo all that. Let's get it back to some form of a set. Oh, is it because I was adding it to the drums? I think I may have been adding it to the drums there. I think that may have been my problem. It was trying to play drums. And it was why it just kept going grong, 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 grong.
It's a common misconception.
I totally was.
It's a thing that
It still doesn't work. All right. Can you do quick swipe comping? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Sorry. So probably not. I actually don't even use the multi-track feature in Logic Pro, or the multi-take. Sorry. The way I do, I just record a bunch of takes and then put them in different tracks and then just chop them. So yeah. I got some decent results with a hard rock guitar and the left hand only set to root, fifth, and octave. Oh, power chords. Ooh. That would be cool. That would totally work, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yes, you can. G'day, Howard Anderson. You can indeed use it. Yeah, you can comp. You can use like the multi-take to comp, or you can, yeah, there is a comp track that's created when you record. Third-party keyboard on sense. Yes. So earlier in the show, if you scroll back 4 hours ago, yeah, we did. I showed you how we can use. I'll show you real quick here now because we got 5 minutes left, folks. Final 5 minutes. 5 minutes left. Put together a piano. What sort of piano? Like, as in construct a piano? A piano concerto. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Let's put a piano concerto together and let's let's do it with oh, excuse me, with both. Am I in the tutorials? Need to go into Logic Pro for iPad. What the heck? Oh, I'm on my iPad. I'm going to get iCloud Drive. Logic Pro for iPad. Tutorials. And let's create a piano concerto. So, yeah, to answer your question from Howard, if you come in here and you go patch your instrument, down the bottom here, you can go external. So we can add instrument, and we can add from UVI, for instance, we can add the Ravenscroft 275 and create a new track with that. Here's a question mark for you. Can we then... No, we can't use this instrument in our session player, can we? I don't know. All right. We'll find out. So, yeah, so then you can play using, like, the Ravenscroft here. Hello, many vibes. Yes, capture the last bits is fine. You can relive all the magic later if you like. So let us get some keys in here. Piano concerto, indeed. We'll go to keyboard player, and we'll just slap a keyboard player on here. Add a second one. You know what this needs? It needs a randomize button, doesn't it? So that you can just, instead of using a preset, you can just go randomize. We'll just we'll just change a bunch of stuff up, and we'll make this guy do 2 voice and complex, and we'll create, and then we'll add another one, another one, and we'll make this one use arpeggiated stuff. We'll give them a different rhythm. We'll move them up the top here. We'll make them do all the fills. We'll add all the grace notes, and then we'll finish up. All right. So this is our makeshift piano concerto. Yeah, what happens if we just move this to there? It'll play on the Ravenscroft. Holy crap! Really? No, it won't. Oh, wait. Will it? It will! No shit, man. Sorry, now I'm swearing. So, yeah, we can, That's next level cool. I did not know that. There you go. You can use an external instrument in your session player. Yeah, kind of makes sense, doesn't it? All right, let's add the rest of these. Welcome. This is my piano concerto in. Let's go put it in a fancy key, don't you, when you do a concerto in D flat major. Pumpkins on my window. Sorry, concerto, wasn't it? That's next level cool. All right, that is outstanding. It's just really, really good. Okay. Oh man. 3 hours, 59 seconds, baby. That means it is nearly time to go. I just need to make a few changes here and make sure that this will send you over to Your Music Live, which is coming up soon. I'll set my redirect there, send you to YML, and save that one in there. Yeah, the 3 pianos together sound nice, don't they? Can you believe it? That is it for this show. 4 hours. We're going to finish right on the dot of 4 hours. Yeah, I would love to try essential sax. I'll do that next time, Al. Thank you for being here. Please be kind to yourself, folks. Be kind to others. Keep creating. Check out the links. Go check out all my Logic Pro videos. I have a heap of them here, and more are being added every day. If you're a patron or a member, you've already got links to all of them. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I'll see you next time. Bye.